Chapter 2843. All of a sudden, Serene seemed to have understood something. His eyes widened as he stared at Kuan-Tian in front of him in disbelief. His heart was in turmoil. I understand now. Why, you're not Kuan-Tian at all. Who are you? Who are you? When he said these words, the shock and disbelief in his heart had already reached a world-shaking level. At the same time, there was also a deep sense of fear mixed within. This fear was so strong that even his soul was trembling, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He had already realized that if Kuan-Tian was an impostor, the impostor would definitely be a cultivator from the outside world. Cultivators from the outside world, who were over 1,000 years old, could not enter the Darkstar world through the tunnel between the two worlds. However, the impostor Kuan-Tian was a true 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. His battle prowess was even greater than experts who had just broken through to the 6th heavenly layer. What did this mean? It meant that a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime, who was less than 1,000 years old, had appeared in the outside world. Moreover, this expert had snuck into their Darkstar world silently, infiltrating the upper echelon of the Darkstar race. He had become a high and mighty palace master who held great power in his hands. This was just too terrifying. It was so terrifying that Serene's fear had reached an unprecedented level. You're pretty smart. You've actually seen through my identity so quickly. Jianshan smiled mysteriously. He said, Serene, do you still remember the cultivator from the outside world who caused havoc in Dark Knight City not long ago? Serene's eyes widened as he said in shock, so you're the cultivator from the outside world called Guqi. You? Serene was so shocked that he could not speak. However, he understood that a powerful person from the outside world, who had schemed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Darkstar race, must have some shocking secret that could not be revealed. Suddenly, he thought of the great sacrificial ceremony that the Darkstar race would be holding soon that would determine the fate of their entire race. He immediately became extremely nervous. I can't die here. I definitely can't die here. I have to go back. I have to do everything in my power to go back and report this shocking news to the great emperor. His gaze immediately became crazed. The life force in his body was draining away at an extremely terrifying rate. It was not just his life force. Even his essence was burning at the same time. He was already using a secret technique at the cost of his life. You still want to escape? Serene, you know my biggest secret. Do you think I will let you leave here alive? Jianshan sneered. He kicked Serene's head, and the powerful force sent Serene's body flying. His primordial spirit suffered a violent impact, and he felt dizzy. His primordial spirit shook violently, as if it was about to split apart. The escape technique he was about to cast was abruptly interrupted. The deafening roars of beasts constantly rang out in their surroundings. The presences of the primordial realm blanketed the surroundings. Over 40 primordial realm life-devouring beasts surrounded them from all directions. They moved extremely quickly. The fastest one was only a few 100 kilometers away from the two of them. This seemed very far, but it was only a few minutes for primordial realm experts. It was a bird that flew through the air at high speeds. It was impossible to tell what species it was. It had the head of a huge hawk and the body of a cheetah. It had 2 pairs of wings on its back, one large and one small. They were engraved with beautiful and admirable patterns, just like the wings of a butterfly. Every time it flapped its wings, a gust of wind would be whipped up high in the sky. Fog would churn, and wind blades would appear out of thin air. They were incomparably sharp as they swept in all directions, cutting down many of the towering ancient trees below. All of the numerous life-sucking beasts that were active in the forest would tremble and crawl on the ground. Behind the strange bird, the ground shook violently and rhythmically. A colossal figure that was several hundred meters tall could be vaguely seen running through the mist behind it. It was difficult to imagine just how heavy its body was. With every step it took, the ground would tremble and the mountains would shake. As it ran, it smashed through everything in its path. Countless towering trees and boulders were reduced to pieces. Even the thick fog that filled the area seemed to disperse due to the terrifying power it possessed when it came into contact with its colossal body. This was a colossal primordial realm life-devouring beast. It was truly unstoppable. Wherever it passed by, it would leave behind a path of vacuum as it approached Jianshan with unstoppable force. These two were the primordial realm life-devouring beasts closest to Jianshan. There were even more primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the surroundings. However, due to the difference in distance and speed, the time they came into contact with Jianshan and Sin Ran was different as well. Sin Ran also sensed the rapidly approaching primordial realm life-devouring beast. His face was ashen as despair filled his eyes. He said viciously, "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to survive either. We've already been surrounded by so many domain king-level life-devouring beasts of the Two-World Mountain. Even if your strength isn't suppressed by the Two-World Mountain, you won't be able to escape. If I were you, the first thing I would do would be to leave here quickly so that I wouldn't die from the encirclement. After all, this is the Two-World Mountain, not outside." Jianshan could not help but look around when he heard that. He immediately became serious. The strength of the Two-World Mountain could not be underestimated. It was no weaker than the Darkstar race. This time, there were 12 primordial realm life-devouring beasts at the 5th heavenly layer or higher. This number had already surpassed the Darkstar race. This was because only the leaders of the 10 divine halls and the Darkstar Emperor, who rarely showed himself, were at the 5th heavenly layer or higher in the entire Darkstar race. However, just when Jianshan paid attention to the surroundings, determination appeared in Sin Ran's eyes. In the next moment, with a deafening boom, Sin Ran's entire body exploded. His tremendous cultivation, which was equivalent to a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime, actually turned into a meter-long finger in the air. It radiated with shocking might. The finger condensed all the energy in Sin Ran's body. A 5th heavenly layer infinite prime had condensed all his cultivation into the finger after countless years of arduous cultivation. In the end, the power of the finger had completely exceeded the limit of the 5th heavenly layer, reaching the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. It had even reached the threshold of the 7th heavenly layer. However, Sin Ran did not die. His body had been destroyed, but his soul remained. His dim soul was wrapped up by energy, and it fled out of the Two-World Mountain as a streak of light when his body exploded. At the same time, the finger condensed from all the energy in his body shot towards Jianshan with terrifying power that could destroy space. Jianshan's eyes shone brightly. He could clearly sense an ancient and powerful will from the finger. It was also because of the existence of the will that the power of the Two-World Mountain was unable to bind the finger. As a result, the power of the finger could be completely unleashed in the special environment of the Two-World Mountain without weakening at all. A sliver of the will of a Grand Exalt of the Darkstar race? Jianshan murmured inside. With a flash, he vanished in a single instant. When he reappeared, he was already 100 kilometers away. However, his presence had been locked onto. The finger of energy pursued Jianshan as a black streak of light. It pierced through space, ignoring the laws of space and appearing before Jianshan in a single instance. Afterwards, it passed through Jianshan without any obstructions. However, this was only an afterimage. His true body had already appeared 100 kilometers away through the laws of space. He stood on the back of the primordial realm life-devouring beast with the leopard's body and butterfly wings that had arrived first. The primordial realm life-devouring beast sensed Jianshan the moment he appeared. However, it was in no mood to pay attention to the person on its back right now. Its eyes narrowed as it stared at the finger of energy that shot towards it as a streak of black light. The life-devouring beast was around the strength of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. It felt an unprecedented threat from the finger that possessed a sliver of the will of a grand exalt of the Dark Star race, which had reached the peak of the sixth heavenly layer. Its intelligence was not enough to determine that the finger's target was not it, but the figure standing on its back. In its instincts, since the finger was coming straight for it, it was its enemy. Its beautiful butterfly-like wings suddenly emitted a dazzling light. When the wings closed, it formed a huge light blade that directly slashed at the incoming energy finger. Boom! With a great rumble, the attack from the primordial realm life-devouring beast was nothing before the finger of energy. It was shattered immediately, while the finger of energy did not slow down at all. It struck the life-devouring beast mercilessly with the might of a sixth heavenly layer infinite prime. The life-sucking beast with a pair of butterfly wings let out a painful wail as its huge body fell from the sky. Dark green liquid flowed out of its giant eagle head, and cracks appeared on its skull. The butterfly wings on its back were also badly damaged, and a small part of them was missing, causing the wings to no longer be complete. As for Jianchen, who stood on its back, he had vanished at some point in time as well. To another side, Ghastly's soul rapidly fled outside under the protection of a ball of energy. Even though he was a soul now, his presence still leaked out in all directions, allowing all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts to sense his existence. Ghastly could hide his presence with a secret technique when he possessed a body, but now that he was a soul, he could not hide his presence even if he wanted to. As a result, he became a huge light bulb in the eyes of all the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in the two-world mountain range. As for Jianchen, his presence had completely vanished when Ghastly's finger of energy struck the life-devouring beast. Although I've lost my body, it's not easy for you to block an attack condensed from all the cultivation in my body, even if you have the full strength of a sixth heavenly layer infinite prime. By the time you catch your breath, the Domain King level life-devouring beast will have already entangled you. Only death will await you in the end, Jianchen said coldly. Although I can't restrain my aura in my primordial spirit state, my speed is even faster. These life-sucking beasts can forget about catching up to me. Kuan-Tian, no, I should say Guqi, if you want to kill me, you're still lacking a little. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ghastly's mouth as he fled. He did not feel sorry for losing his physical body at all. The greatest benefit of the Dark Star race was that they did not have internal strife, allowing them to live extremely long lives. As long as their souls remained, they had plenty of time to recover their lost cultivation. I'm still lacking a little if I want to kill you? Leader Ghastly, aren't you overestimating yourself? However, at this moment, a calm and slightly mocking voice rang out from up ahead. Chapter 2844. Jianchen appeared silently in front of him. He stood with his arms crossed as if he had been waiting for a very long time already. Immediately, Sen's soul came to a halt as quickly as he could. He glanced at Jianchen, who had blocked his path, in fright. Without any hesitation, he fled in another direction with a heart filled with fear. This time, he fled even faster. His primordial spirit seemed to be burning with a ball of fire. As his speed increased, his primordial spirit became weaker and weaker. At this moment, he was truly fleeing for his life regardless of the cost. He had already used a secret technique to burn his soul in exchange for greater speed. In a single instance, Sen's soul crossed several hundred kilometers. He moved extremely quickly, pulling away from the several dozen primordial realm life-devouring beasts in pursuit. Jianchen could not help but sneer mockingly. He did not pursue in the direction that Angheng had fled in. Instead, the space around him pulsed slightly, and he vanished as spatial force permeated the surroundings. Arg! Impossible! That's impossible! How are you faster than me? In the next moment, Sen's soul cried out in a mountain forest several hundred kilometers away. His voice was filled with disbelief and despair. Before him, Jianchen continued to hover in the air with his arms crossed. He was composed like a cat toying with a mouse. Sun, don't even think about fleeing before me. Let alone Two-World Mountain, even if we were in the territory of your Dark Star race, you wouldn't be able to escape at all if I wanted to kill you, Jianchen said indifferently. With that, he suddenly extended his hand and grabbed at the awe-inspiring soul from afar. With that, the space around Sun immediately froze. His soul was bound by space as well, unable to move at all. If he still possessed his body, he could easily shatter the frozen space with the great strength of his body. However, without his body, he had lost his greatest source of power. As a result, under Jianchen's spatial restraints, he was directly reduced to meat on the chopping block, completely at the mercy of Jianchen. The law of space. You've actually grasped the law of space. It was only at this moment that Sin suddenly realized why Jianchen was able to surpass him and appear in front of him time and time again. His speed was even faster than when he burned his primordial spirit. Yet, he actually wanted to flee from a primordial realm expert who had grasped the laws of space. That was indeed a waste of effort. At that moment, Sin Ran truly lost all hope. He understood that even if he moved several times faster, it was impossible for him to escape from a primordial realm expert who had grasped the laws of space. Gu Qi, with your strength and talent, you'd probably be a rare prodigy even in the Saints' world where experts are as common as clouds. I don't understand why you would go through so much trouble and take such great risks to infiltrate our Dark Star race with your status. Is it just for the resources you need in the outside world? He knew that he would not be able to escape death, but before he died, he only hoped that he could die with some understanding. In the surroundings, the presences of the primordial realm life-devouring beasts drew closer and closer. The heavy presence was like a lamp in the darkness, pointing out a direction for the life-devouring beasts. As a result, all of them hurried over to where he was. In just a few seconds, Sin Ran would be surrounded by the primordial realm life-devouring beasts. Since you want to know so much, I'll let you know before you die. Do you still remember the divine beast that your Dark Star race took away? That divine beast and I are as close as brothers, yet you Dark Star people want to use my kin as a sacrifice for the sake of the success of your grand ritual. I've come to the Dark Star world this time to ruin your grand ceremony and save that divine beast, Gu Qi said emotionlessly. He was filled with killing intent as soon as he mentioned Sacred Feather, who was still suffering from who knows what kind of torture he was currently enduring. Hearing this, Sin Ran became silent, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. After a while, he laughed. His laughter was a little crazy as he muttered to himself, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. After so many years of preparation, in the end, it was because of a divine beast that ruined the grand ceremony of my clan. That was Sin Ran's final sentence. With that, the frozen space around him returned to normal. Jianchen, who had been concealing his presence the entire time, vanished silently once again. As soon as Jianchen vanished, a mountainous ape-man that stood over 300 meters tall appeared before Sin Ran. It produced a deafening roar and directly swung its hand towards Sin Ran's soul. When the ape-man struck out, 3 colossal figures appeared in 3 other directions as well. They directly locked onto Sin Ran's soul, which gave off the presence of the Dark Star race, and launched attacks at the same time. The result was obvious. Sin Ran's fragile soul was unable to put up any resistance at all before the primordial realm life-devouring beast. He was obliterated as easily as crushing an ant. Sin Ran was dead. A powerful primordial realm expert of the Dark Star race had died so easily in Two-World Mountain. No one even knew about his death. Perhaps because the several dozen primordial realm life-devouring beasts had sensed the death of the Dark Star expert, some of the life-devouring beasts that had yet to arrive all stopped. Afterwards, they all roared at the sky as if they were passing on a message to one another, as if they were celebrating through this method. For a moment, terrifying beast roars rang out from the depths of the two-world mountain range. They even reached the outskirts, causing the cultivators from the Saints' world, who were hunting life-devouring beasts in the outskirts, to panic. They had no idea what was happening. However, what Jianchen did not know was that an illusionary figure hovered 10,000 meters above where Sin Ran had died. He seemed to have fused with the surroundings, where every single movement he made possessed the charm of the ways. He seemed to be in harmony with the ways of the world. Even the special environment of Two-World Mountain was unable to obstruct him at all. No one knew when he had appeared, nor did they know how long he had been there. However, he clearly witnessed the battle between Jianchen and Sin Ran, as well as the process of Sin Ran's death. No one discovered his existence. None of the primordial realm life-devouring beasts, or even Jianchen, sensed the existence of the figure at all. Even with Jianchen's sharp senses, he failed to sense anything amiss. 2 of the 10 Hall Masters of the Dark Star race have already passed away. They're missing 2 Hall Masters, so the grand ceremony this time has already been affected. Coupled with the fact that Jianchen is a hidden chess piece who's causing trouble at a crucial moment, the grand ceremony will definitely fail this time. The figure laughed aloud in the cloudy sky. His laughter was filled with joy, as if failing the grand ceremony was extremely important to him. Afterwards, the figure strolled through the air and left. With a single step, the world immediately changed. The sun and moon seemed to reverse. In the previous moment, he was still in the depths of Two-World Mountain, but with a single step, he crossed an unimaginable distance, directly leaving the range of Two-World Mountain. At the same time, he crossed most of the territory of the Dark Star race and arrived before the royal capital of the Dark Star race. In the end, he vanished into the royal capital. Out of the 36 main cities of the Dark Star race, only Dark Knight City was the closest to Two-World Mountain. Even Jianchen, who had grasped the laws of space, needed to use a teleportation formation to reach Dark Knight City in the shortest amount of time possible. Afterwards, he would have to fly there at high speeds for a short while. If he did not use a teleportation formation and directly flew to Two-World Mountain from the royal capital, the distance would be several tens of millions of kilometers at the very least, or even over 100 million kilometers. Even with Jianchen's speed, it would take him quite some time to travel such a distance. However, at this moment, in front of this illusory human figure, such a long distance was merely covered by a single step. Such a terrifying speed was truly appalling. Chapter 2845. In the depths of the Two-World Mountains, Jianchen stood before a lake with his original appearance several million kilometers away from where Sun had died. His presence was concealed, so the many life-devouring beasts hidden in the lake failed to sense his existence. The lake was the territory of a primordial realm life-devouring beast. However, the primordial realm life-devouring beast had yet to return due to the great distance it had traveled when it went out to kill Senator. The primordial realm life-devouring beast was not the only one that lived in the lake. There were many other Divine King realm life-devouring beasts below the Divine King realm as well. They hid at the bottom of the lake quietly as if they were cultivating in their own unique method. Jianchen expanded the senses of his soul. He could clearly see the situation in the lake with the powerful senses of his soul. Even the cave at the bottom of the lake that belonged to the primordial realm life-devouring beast did not escape his detection. I'll leave Coention's items here for now. Even if the experts of the Dark Star race find them, they can just be explained as accidentally losing them during the battle against the life-devouring beast, just in case they expose my identity, Jianchen murmured to himself. Afterwards, the 2 god artifacts he had obtained from Coention appeared in his hand. Afterwards, he sent the 2 god artifacts into the center of the lake through the power of space, where the primordial realm life-devouring beast's nest clearly resided. They were buried by the messy items in the nest. Jianchen had already discovered that the life-devouring beast in the lake was around the strength of a fourth heavenly layer infinite prime. If it were a sixth heavenly layer infinite prime of the Darkstar race, they would not necessarily be able to deal with a life-devouring beast like that when their strength was suppressed. It made sense that they had lost their god artifact. Afterwards, Jianchen checked his space ring carefully again. He focused on the 30,000 high-quality Divine King grasses in there. Only after confirming that there were no imprints on them did he leave at ease. Not long after Jianchen left, the master of the pool finally returned to his lair. This was a gigantic python that was several hundred feet long. Its body was enormous, and its lantern-sized eyes flickered with a bright light. Primordial realm life-devouring beasts possessed some basic intelligence, but clearly their intelligence was nowhere close to that of ordinary people. As soon as it returned to its own cave, it keenly sensed that something was wrong. Its lantern-sized eyes scanned the surroundings before finally landing on the pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. Its eyes locked onto the pile of miscellaneous items that had suddenly appeared below the pile of miscellaneous items. It tilted its head and revealed a pondering expression. It seemed that in its memory, these two things were not in the pile of junk. It thought for a long time but could not think of a reason. Fortunately, it did not think about it and did not care about these extra things. Its body lay down, curled up on the ground, and fell asleep. Many cultivators from the outside world gathered in groups of 3 to 5 in the outskirts of Two World Mountain. They were scattered in different directions. Originally, these people wanted to kill a few more life-devouring beasts, while the Darkstar race was purchasing the flesh and blood of the life-devouring beasts at a high price. However, none of them had any interest in killing life-devouring beasts now. They all concealed their presences carefully as they stared at the depths of Two World Mountain uneasily. Some of the more cowardly people even began to tremble in fright. Their faces paled as they tried their best to convince their companions to retreat quickly. All of this was because of the shocking beast roars that rang out from the depths of Two World Mountain. The primordial realm life-devouring beasts that resided in the depths of Two World Mountain had always been a legend to these hunting groups, where the strongest was only a divine king, and there were even many overgods among them. However, they had actually heard the roars of so many primordial realm life-devouring beasts at the same time today. This immediately terrified all the cultivators in the outside world. "I quit. If you want to stay, stay. I'm not going to keep you company. If those terrifying existences in the depths emerge, we won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. I'm going back. Although the Darkstar race's price is very tempting, you need to be alive to get it. If you're dead, you won't be able to enjoy it no matter how much they give you. Two World Mountain is clearly not peaceful right now. Let's retreat first." Jianchen moved like a ghost, silently flying towards the 100 Saints city. He had already passed through the thick mist and arrived in the outskirts of Two World Mountain. He immediately discovered that large groups of cultivators were retreating from Two World Mountain. Jianchen could not help but sigh emotionally when he saw this. If it were not for his great strength, he probably would have become one of the fleeing cultivators in such a situation. "I'm still not powerful enough." Jianchen clenched his fists. He knew that he was powerful enough to run amok among the Darkstar race, but it was nothing in the Saints' world or the Immortals' world. However, he had never broken through with the laws of the sword, and his chaotic body had always been stuck at the 14th layer due to the limitations of the laws. If he wanted to reach the 15th layer with the chaotic body, he could only break through with the laws of the sword and reach the partial achievement of Sword Immortal. The further I advance in the laws of the world, the more difficult it becomes to comprehend them. Every single increase requires a very long period of time. Now that I don't have the assistance of the Fortune Jade Seat, it won't be as easy for me to comprehend the laws of the world. I wonder when I can reach the partial achievement of Sword Immortal, Jianchen thought. He knew that as long as he could reach the partial achievement of Sword Immortal, even the greatest expert of the Darkstar race, the Darkstar Emperor, who was equivalent to a chaotic prime, would not be his opponent. At that time, he would even be able to cut down true chaotic primes with a single stroke of his sword. The Fruit of Ways will be my opportunity to break through to the partial achievement of Sword Immortal, but I can't touch it right now. Let's not even talk about the fact that it hasn't ripened yet, so its effects are nowhere near enough. Even if I want to touch it, I have to save Siyu first. Jianchen thought. Siyu's life was still in the hands of the Darkstar Emperor. He could control her life with a single thought, so he had to be cautious. Before long, Jianchen arrived outside the great tower of the 100 Saints City. The 100 Saints City was still enveloped by powerful formations, only leaving the city gates open. The city gates were heavily guarded. The several dozen peak organizations that had settled down in the 100 Saints City had all sent a few Divine King-level sacrificial warriors to stand guard. They would conduct the strictest checks on all cultivators that entered and exited the city. Obviously, after experiencing the calamity brought by the 7th Divine Hall, the entire 100 Holy City was now in a state of high alert. Although the 5th Divine Hall came forward to protect them, many forces in 100 Holy City dared not really pin all their hopes on others. Jianchen was in no hurry to enter the city. Instead, he stood outside the city gates and secretly established a connection with the power of his soul he had left with He Qianqian. At the same time, He Qianqian was listening to the reports of the recent situation in the 100 Saints City in the Divine Hall that belonged to the Tianhe clan. Suddenly, He Qianqian's expression changed. With a flip of her hand, she took out the Divine Hall that Jianchen had given her. She immediately probed it with her divine sense and sensed it carefully. The next moment, He Qianqian's spirit shook and she was overjoyed. She didn't have time to listen to the reports of her subordinates and immediately ran out of the Divine Hall. After sending a voice transmission to Jin Hong, she flew toward the city gate. In another area of the 100 Saints City, in the Divine Hall that belonged to the Ashwolf clan, Jin Hong was holding a wooden sculpture and concentrating on carving it. Suddenly, a sound transmission from He Qianqian entered Jin Hong's ears, causing the carving in his hand to come to a halt. A glint flashed across his eyes as he looked towards the direction of the city gate. A faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly filled with gratification. Chapter 2846. Jianchen stood at the edge of the main road leading to the city with his arms crossed outside the city. He waited patiently as he watched the cultivators enter and leave the city. A few seconds later, the white-clothed He Qianqian and the plainly dressed Jin Hong appeared on the tall walls of the city at the same time. Their gazes immediately locked onto the composed Jianchen below. Jianchen seemed rather travel-worn right now. He seemed slightly exhausted, and his hair was slightly messy. His white robes were stained with specks of green liquid and dust. One of his sleeves had even been slightly damaged. Jin Hong and He Qianqian could tell with a single glance that the green liquid on Jianchen was the liquid of some of the plants in Two World Mountain. Coupled with his tattered clothes and heavy exhaustion, it all clearly demonstrated just how difficult his time in Two World Mountain had been. He Qianqian was greatly moved when she saw the travel-worn and exhausted Jianchen. She understood that when the late Divine King life-devouring beast chased after them in Two World Mountain, it was Jianchen who had stepped forward without any hesitation and lured the life-devouring beast king away at great risk, which gave them precious time to escape. However, Jianchen had ended up trapped in the depths of Two World Mountain for so long because of her actions. She did not know what Jianchen had gone through in Two World Mountain, but she did know just how heavy of a price the group had paid when they crossed the mountain. They had gone through so many life-threatening situations, and just how difficult it was for them to successfully make it out of Two World Mountain. Even such a large group had ended up like that, let alone Jianchen who was all alone. Jin Hong leapt down from the walls and directly ignored the soldiers who bowed at him. He arrived before Jianchen in a single stride and patted Jianchen's shoulder heavily. He laughed aloud. "Chongyang, you've finally come out, and I had thought you were stuck in the depths of Two-World Mountain." As he said that, a gleam of light flickered through Jin Hong's eyes. He could feel the power of his bloodline stir once again as he came into contact with Jianchen at such a close distance. It was boiling as if it was about to ignite. It was filled with an extremely great desire. It was as if something on Jianchen was clearly extremely important to him, which was why it could stir up the power of his bloodline. "Brother Jin Hong, you're exaggerating. I lived in fear at all times in Two-World Mountain. Even the slightest carelessness could cost me my life. It's not that I didn't want to come out earlier, but that it was difficult." Jianchen bitterly smiled. He Qianqian and Jin Hong both agreed with that. They guessed that Chongyang must have encountered the pursuit of many life-devouring beasts in Two-World Mountain during this period of time. He had used the laws of space to frantically flee, so it was unavoidable for him to take many detours under such circumstances. He might have even been forced to make a detour when powerful life-devouring beasts blocked his path. Jin Hong and He Qianqian felt even more guilty towards Jianchen when they thought up to their "Chongyang, you've suffered in the past few days, but don't worry. He Qianqian, will use other methods to make up for what you've suffered in Two-World Mountain." He Qianqian also arrived before Jianchen and stood beside Jin Hong. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart. "Yes, yes, yes. You lured the life-sucking beast king away without hesitation, saving us all. We owe you a favor. Jin Hong, will repay this favor for you," Jin Hong said solemnly. Afterwards, Jianchen entered the 100 Saints city without any obstructions under the personal invitation and accompaniment of Jin Hong and He Qianqian. In the end, he was invited to the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall by He Qianqian. After all, logically speaking, Jianchen was still a member of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. As long as he did not leave the world of the fallen beast, his identity would be tied to the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. Both He Qianqian and Jin Hong were great figures of great authority in the 100 Saint City because they were the people with the highest status in their clans. They each led a large number of divine king-level sacrificial warriors. Under certain circumstances, they could unleash the battle prowess of the primordial realm. As a result, the two of them personally inviting an outsider into the 100 Saints city naturally attracted the attention of many organizations in the city. For example, the spies of the many peak organizations in the city all reported this to their masters as soon as possible. Suddenly, the leaders of the various forces in the divine halls in the various regions of the 100 Saints city were shocked and surprised when they heard the news. "What did you say? He Qianqian and Jin Hong have personally gone to the city to receive a cultivator into the city? What kind of status do the two of them have? Who exactly is qualified for them to personally welcome them? Are you sure? Did He Qianqian and Jin Hong really go to the city to receive a person from the saints' world personally? Impossible. Just what kind of status do He Qianqian and Jin Hong have? One of them is a direct descendant of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, while the other is the young master of the Ashwolf clan. In terms of status, they're much more noble than me. Just who has such great authority? They actually have to receive him personally? Hold on, draw that person's portrait." Afterwards, an attendant immediately began to draw in the air. Using his finger as a brush and energy as ink, he drew Jianchen's portrait in a lifelike manner. This kind of method was an insignificant matter to any deity realm martial artist. "It's actually Chongyang. How is this possible? Chongyang is actually still alive. He made it out of the Two-World Mountain alive." Basically at the same time, the representatives of the various organizations all received Jianchen's portrait. However, when they learnt that Jianchen had not died in the Two-World Mountain and had even returned safely, They all reacted differently after recovering from their surprise. Among them, the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, Baijan Clan, Crimson Light Clan, Lutian Clan, Man Family, and Sun Family all rejoiced over Jianshan's safe return. As a matter of fact, the leaders of a few organizations, such as the prodigy of the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, Ping Yixing, immediately got people to prepare great gifts as soon as they learnt that Jianshan had returned. They personally brought the gifts to the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. Of course, there were many organizations that did not care. Not everyone agreed with what Jianshan had done in the Two-World Mountain. In the eyes of a few prodigies of great status who were used to others dying to protect them, they all believed that Jianshan's actions should have been like that. It was as if this was the mission of independent cultivators in their eyes. Bang! At the same time, the sound of bottles being smashed rang out from the divine hall of the Chu family. The sounds constantly rang out. Chu Jie's anger could not be quenched. He was currently throwing a huge tantrum. Inside the grand hall, all the decorative bottles and jars were smashed into pieces by him. The tables and chairs were also sent flying. The entire divine hall was in a mess. Nearby, a few old overgods stood to one side. They did not dare to say anything, so they could only let Chu Jie throw a fit. A while later, when there was nothing left in the divine hall to vent his anger, Chu Jie finally stopped. His eyes were slightly red, but they were extremely shocking. They radiated with shocking killing intent as he breathed heavily. Originally, I thought that Chongyang had died in the Two-World Mountain, but I never thought that not only was he still alive, but he's even returned in one piece. He sure is lucky. But this is even better. I just happened to have the opportunity to kill you personally. Chongyang, I can't do anything to you in the Two-World Mountain due to the limitations of the environment, but now that we're outside, it's not up to you to decide. You are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, can you fend off a primordial realm expert? Chapter 2847. Not long after Jianshan, He Qianqian, and Jin Hong returned to the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, they received visits from the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, the Baijan Clan, the Crimson Light Clan, and several other organizations. Moreover, they were all personally led by the prodigies of the various organizations. He Qianqian naturally welcomed their joint visit warmly. She personally went out to receive them, inviting the representatives of the various organizations into the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. Afterwards, she set up a banquet and warmly entertained them. Yang Yutian, it looks like we've all underestimated you. I never thought that you would be able to survive in the depths of the Two-World Mountain alone for so long. Your strength and courage are truly admirable, Brother Yang Yutian. It's all thanks to you that we were able to draw away the late Divine King Life-Devouring Beast King in the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable if the Life-Devouring Beast King had managed to kill its way into the crowd. Brother Yang Yutian, tell us how you managed to shake off the Life-Devouring Beast King. Did you use the laws of space in the Two-World Mountain so quickly that the Life-Devouring Beast King couldn't catch up to you? However, you really are bold. The depths of the Two-World Mountain are shrouded in mist. Visibility is extremely low, and even the senses of the soul are greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, you still dare to use the laws of space to travel. Aren't you afraid that you'll end up in a tiger's den if you're too fast? Brother Yang, tell us how you survived in the Two-World Mountain and what kind of dangers you experienced. It'll be good for us to broaden our horizons. The huge round table was filled with delicacies. Many prodigies were gathered around the table, drinking and chatting merrily. They chatted loudly and laughed heartily from time to time. Jianshan maintained a smile the entire time as he dealt with everyone's questions calmly. He also told a portion of his experiences in the Two-World Mountain, which was partially true and partially false. The true portion was all about the strange life-devouring beasts in the Two-World Mountain. As for the parts that seemed shocking, he calmly glossed over them. Even though Jianshan spoke very casually, everyone present knew that the dangers and dangers hidden within had far exceeded their imaginations. After the meal, the prodigies of the dozen organizations all took out the generous gifts they had brought with them and presented them to Jianchen to express their gratitude. At the same time, they wanted to befriend him. Back in the Two-World Mountain, these people were not as enthusiastic as they were now. At that time, even they were not sure if they would be able to walk out of the Two-World Mountain safely. As for Yang Yutian, they were also worried that he might die in the Two-World Mountain. Hence, their attitudes were reserved. Now that they had made it out of the Two-World Mountain successfully and had prepared a path of retreat, they clearly had to consider things in the longer term now that their lives were no longer in danger. They all wanted to rope in a prodigy like Yang Yutian, who possessed both extraordinary talent and battle prowess. Of course, what truly tempted them was the fact that Yang Yutian was an independent cultivator right now. The generous gifts they gave him were just some supreme-grade divine crystals, various heavenly resources, pills, and so on. Someone even gave him a book on the cultivation notes of a ninth heavenly layer infinite prime. After all, in their eyes, Jianchen was only a mid-divine king. The gifts they gave him were extremely attractive to any divine king, let alone the fact that they were in the dark star world where resources were scarce. As a result, the gifts were even more valuable. Jianchen really did not want these gifts, but he found it difficult to turn them down, so he could only accept them reluctantly. I suggest that we hold a grand banquet for Yang Yutian in 3 days' time and invite all the organizations in the 100 Saints City to participate so that we can celebrate Brother Yang Yutian's safe return. At this moment, Jin Hong made a suggestion. All the prodigies at the table fell into a temporary silence when he said that. The light in the eyes of many of them flickered. They wanted to say something, but they hesitated. This was because they felt that Jin Hong's suggestion was making a mountain out of a molehill. In their eyes, they were indeed indebted to Yang Yutian's sacrifice in Two-World Mountain. However, there were different degrees of kindness. Yang Yutian's kindness was not particularly great in their eyes. They just needed to give him some benefits. If they did not despise Yang Yutian's low status as an independent cultivator, or if they wanted to rope him in or befriend him, they would have paid a personal visit and expressed their gratitude. However, if they wanted to hold a grand banquet in the 100 Holy City that all the forces participated in to celebrate Yang Yutian's return, then they would be crossing the line. If Yang Yutian had a powerful background, they would not be able to find fault with Jin Hong's suggestion. However, he was an independent cultivator who did not belong to any sect. This made the prodigies at the table a little unhappy. Ha, good. Brother Jin Hong's suggestion is good. I, Ping Xing, represent the Emperor Lotus Sword sect and will do my best to assist Brother Yang Yutian in holding a banquet. The silence lasted for a short moment. Ping Xing from the Emperor Lotus Sword sect took the lead to express his full support. With someone taking the lead, the prodigies at the table could only smile and express their agreement and support. Since they could come here in person, it showed their attitude. Naturally, it was impossible for them to disagree. First of all, Jin Hong was the one who made the suggestion. Without too much of a conflict of interest, they would not offend Jin Hong for no reason. Secondly, these people had the intention of winning over or befriending Jianchen. Naturally, they would not cause Jianchen's disgust over such a small matter. I appreciate everyone's kindness. However, regarding the banquet, please don't. Jianchen refused at the first moment. However, under the persuasion of Jin Hong, He Qianqian, and the prodigies at the scene, his objection seemed a little weak. The grand banquet was decided just like that. This news was spread to the various forces in the 100 Saints City at the fastest speed. Among these forces, almost all those who acknowledged Jianchen's kindness in their hearts gathered in the Heavenly Crane Temple. The remaining people clearly did not take Jianchen seriously. They all thought that Jianchen deserved what he had done and sacrificed in the Two-World Mountain. Hence, when they received the news of a banquet for Jianchen, more than half of the forces immediately sneered. I don't know what's wrong with Jin Hong. He actually wants to hold a grand banquet for a mere rogue cultivator with great fanfare. He even wants all of us to participate. If it weren't for the fact that he's no match for us and that he's the Grand Exalt's successor, I really want to go over and slap him to death. Jin Hong, oh Jin Hong, do you think that we're still in the Two-World Mountain and that you're in charge of everything? Now that we've successfully taken back the 100 Saint City, the alliance we formed before we came in no longer exists. Although you have the halo of the Grand Exalt's successor, you no longer have the right to interfere with us. As for this so-called banquet, it's really laughable and extremely stupid. Similar voices echoed through the divine halls in the various regions of the 100 Saints city. Many prodigies scoffed at Jin Hong's suggestion. Of course, there were a few exceptions. A young man sat on a throne in a violet divine hall. He held an invitation in his hand as he sank into his thoughts. A while later, he smiled and murmured, Jin Hong is clearly trying to befriend Yang Yutian. The participation of over a dozen other organizations is clearly because they've become interested in Yang Yutian. However, Yang Yutian does have some ability. The fact that he can make it here means that he's not even 1,000 years old. He's even more monstrous than the prodigies nurtured by the peak organizations in the Saints' world to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age, yet his battle prowess is so great. According to his performance in the Two-World Mountain, Yang Yutian's overall strength is probably not much weaker than Jin Hong's. Chapter 2848. The prodigies who had come to visit the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall had all left. Only Jin Hong, Jianchen, and He Qianshan remained. Now that the banquet had ended long ago, Jin Hong clearly wanted to leave as well. However, he seemed rather hesitant. He looked at Jianchen as if he wanted to ask something, but he did not say it in the end. In reality, he had always been curious about what Jianchen possessed, or what was the reason why the power of his bloodline would become uncontrollably restless whenever he approached Jianchen. As a matter of fact, it even seemed to yearn for something. This question had already existed in his mind back in the Two-World Mountain. It was just that everyone had no choice back then. They did not know whether they could make it out of the Two-World Mountain alive, so they did not have the time to care about this. As a result, he could only bury his doubts. Only now that he had settled down did he feel the urge to unravel the mystery again. However, Jin Hong had his own principles as well. He hesitated over the true reason why his bloodline had become restless. Perhaps it was something extremely important to Jianchen? If he asked recklessly, it would be very inappropriate. It would be terrible if he ended up causing a misunderstanding. He was a member of the Wolf Clan, so he was born with a sharp sense of smell. Coupled with the fact that he had obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy, his sense of smell had expanded once again. Through his keen sense of smell, he could clearly tell that Jianchen was someone worth befriending. As a result, he wanted to befriend him long ago. He did not want to make things difficult for Jianchen because of this matter, which would lead to a distance between them. After hesitating for a while, Jin Hong chose to keep his curiosity to the bottom of his heart. He bid farewell to Jianchen and He Qianshan before leaving the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. Yang Yutian, Jin Hong seems to be interested in you. He Qianshan noticed Jin Hong's expression and turned to look at Jianchen with a faint smile. Perhaps. Jianchen did not comment. He obviously understood why Jin Hong hesitated. Clearly, he had been attracted by the droplet of essence blood from the ancient Skywolf. He understood that it was impossible for Jin Hong to know about the droplet of essence blood within him. However, through the attraction of the essence blood, he could clearly send a message, allowing Jin Hong to understand that he possessed a fortuitous encounter that was clearly a fortuitous encounter for him. If it were anyone else, they probably would have tried to take it for themselves regardless of the price long ago, yet Jin Hong remained calm the entire time. He Chanchan's Jin Hong did not feel any hostility or desire. This instead made Jianchen see him in a new light. He had seen far too many schemes in the saint's world. At the same time, he had seen far too many examples of people betraying their friends and family for cultivation resources. There were very few people as righteous as Jin Hong. At this moment, He Chanchan's voice rang out again. The Darkstar realm has been rather unstable recently. Don't leave the Hundred Saints City for now. The enmity between our Hundred Saints City and the Seventh Divine Hall has expanded. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter. The Darkstar race wouldn't care. However, you're different. With your talent, you'll probably be hunted down by the Seventh Divine Hall as soon as you leave the Hundred Saints City. Afterwards, He Chanchan took the initiative to describe what she had experienced after leaving the Two-World Mountain. She described the conflict with the Seventh Divine Hall in great detail so that Jianchen could gain a clear understanding of the current situation. The Fifth Divine Hall is only protecting our Hundred Saints City temporarily. If we can't provide them with what they need, they'll abandon us sooner or later. As a result, it's best if we don't leave the Hundred Saints City before the Fifth Divine Hall truly promises to protect us, He Chanchan said sternly. He Chanchan said with a serious face. From her expression, it was not difficult to see that she was worried about the future. Jianchen's face became rather strange when he heard that. He seemed to smile. I really never thought that you would experience so many things after leaving the Two-World Mountain. You almost died to the hands of the Seventh Divine Hall's Hall Master. But don't worry, I won't leave the Hundred Saints City for no reason. Jianchen paused before continuing. Oh right, I heard that your Tianhe clan is located on the Ice Pole Plain, one of the 7 sacred plains. Can you tell me about the Ice Pole Plain? For example, are there any other powerful organizations on the Ice Pole Plain apart from the renowned Ice Goddess Hall? He Chanchan sat down on a chair and said in a self-deprecating manner, the 7 sacred plains? That was a thing of the past. Now, the Ice Pole State only existed in name as one of the 7 great sacred states. Even the Ice Goddess Hall that holds up the entire Ice Pole Plain has been taken over by a small organization that even our Tianhe clan did not take seriously in the past. Jianchen was stunned when he heard that. What? A small organization can actually take over the Ice Goddess Hall? Although I've never seen the Ice Goddess Hall, I've heard that it's an extremely powerful god artifact. Even a small organization can take over it. Why hasn't your Tianhe clan done anything? Is your Tianhe clan no longer the opponent of that small organization? Oh right, what's that small organization called? He Chanchan sneered. That organization is called the Moon God Hall. It's said that the Moon God Hall did not even have a single Grand Prime back then. The most powerful person, the Hall Master, was only a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime. An organization like that can't even make it into the top 20 on the Ice Pole Plain. In the eyes of our Tianhe clan, it's only a small organization. After all, our Tianhe clan is the 3rd most powerful organization on the Ice Pole Plain. Ignoring the Ice Goddess Hall, there are a total of 18 peak organizations on the Ice Pole Plain. Every single one of them has a Grand Prime. Our Sky Crane Divine Hall is ranked 3rd out of so many peak organizations, which is more than enough to demonstrate the strength of our Sky Crane clan. Even if the Moon God Hall has a Grand Prime now, it's only a low Grand Prime. With the strength of our Tianhe clan, destroying the Moon God Hall is as easy as raising a hand. When she reached there, a sliver of disdain appeared on He Chanchan's face. Clearly, she did not take the Moon God Hall seriously. As for why our Tianhe Divine Hall hasn't taken over the Ice Goddess Hall, it's obviously a form of respect towards the Ice Goddess Hall. After all, it's a symbol of our Ice Pole Plain, as well as the glory of our Ice Pole Plain. Even though it's declined now, it's still sacred and inviolable in our Tianhe Divine Hall. He Chanchan's voice became quieter and quieter. In the end, even she did not believe what she had just said. the light in her eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, she said with uncertainty, "Perhaps the Moon God Hall is able to take over the Ice Goddess Hall because logically speaking, the Ice Goddess Hall is the pride of our ice pole plane. It cannot be blasphemed. However, even though there are so many peak organizations more powerful than the Moon God Hall on the ice pole plane, no one has stepped forward to stop them. Instead, they have allowed the Moon God Hall to take over the Ice Goddess Hall. That doesn't make sense." Jianshan became rather speechless. Originally, he wanted to learn more about the Ice Goddess Hall and the Moon God Hall from He Qianqian. After all, one of them was related to his sister, Changyang Mingyue, while the other was related to Fairy Haoyue. However, he discovered that although He Qianqian was from the ice pole plane, she did not know as much as he did. Chapter 2849. Afterwards, Jianshan asked He Qianqian for some more information. He mainly wanted to understand the situation of the Moon God Hall and Ice Goddess Hall. Unfortunately, the information he obtained was limited. After all, almost all information related to the Ice Goddess Hall and Moon God Hall was classified. Primordial Realm experts would probably know a little more, but it was indeed very difficult for He Qianqian to come into contact with such information with her strength. Yang Yutian, since you're so interested in the ice pole plane, do you plan on joining our Tianhe clan? With your talent, you'll definitely receive great nurturing from our Tianhe clan if you join us. It won't be difficult for you to become a chaotic prime in the future. He Qianqian stared at Jianshan as the light in her eyes flickered. She was not an idiot. She had already seen Jianshan's potential in the Two-World Mountain. Many peak clans and organizations in the Saints' world would naturally try to rope him in with such talent. This was because if someone like him was nurtured properly, he might become a pillar of support for the clan at a certain time in the future. He might even become a tree that could support the entire clan. Jianshan smiled. I don't plan on joining any organization for now, but I do look forward to the ice pole plane very much. I want to see it for myself. After all, not only is the ice pole plane one of the 7 sacred planes of the Saints' world, but I've also heard that it's covered in glaciers and snow white. It snows all year round. Cultivating in such a cold environment can greatly suppress the growth of inner demons and avoid the risk of cultivation deviation. Jianshan and He Qianqian conversed in the Tianhe Divine Hall. However, at this moment, an old overgod servant of the Tianhe clan hurried over. His face was filled with joy. Young miss, good news. It's great news. The 7th Divine Hall has already removed the seal on the teleportation formation. We can all use the teleportation formation freely now, the old man said excitedly from afar. From far away, the old servant said with an excited tone. His face was flushed red. It was clear that he was extremely excited. He Qianqian was stunned at first when she heard the news. She seemed to be unable to react, but in the next moment she stood up excitedly and asked in a hurry, "What did you say?" "The seal on the teleportation array has been lifted. Are you sure this is true?" "It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Young miss, there's no way it's fake, there's definitely no way it's fake. There are already people leaving the Dark Star realm through the teleportation formation," the old servant said with a certain tone. He Qianqian was overjoyed. Although the teleportation array of their 100 Saints city was about to be repaired, and even if the Dark Star race did not unseal the teleportation array, it would not affect the 100 Saints city too much. At the critical moment, they could still use the teleportation array in the 100 Saints city to reach the exit directly. However, the real significance of unsealing the teleportation array was not this. The important thing was that it could indirectly represent the attitude of the 7th Divine Hall. The 7th Divine Hall was willing to open the teleportation array for them to enter and exit freely. This meant that the 7th Divine Hall would not target the 100 Saints city again in the short term. At least they would be safe for the time being. At the same time, It also proved the fifth divine temple's determination to protect them, allowing them to understand the power of the fifth divine temple. The fifth divine hall really has done it. I never thought they would get the seventh divine hall to reopen the teleportation array so quickly. He Qianqian murmured to herself. He Qianqian muttered to herself, but soon she seemed to have thought of something. The joy on her face quickly faded, and her expression became solemn. But the thing that the fifth divine hall needs. Sigh, I can only send the news back and let the family decide. At this moment, He Qianqian could no longer be bothered with Jianchen. She immediately took out a feather from her space ring before cutting her finger and dripping a droplet of blood on it. This was a special communication method that belonged to the Tianhe clan. It would fuse the message into the droplet of blood, and with the feather as a medium, it was impossible for 10,000 people to copy it. Immediately send people out and send the news back to the clan. He Qianqian passed the feather to the old servant and ordered. The old servant replied politely before immediately carrying out the orders. At the same time, the various peak organizations in the Hundred Saints City all received the news that the teleportation array had been unsealed. They were overjoyed and immediately began to write letters, sending people back to the Saints' world. Just in case, a few organizations even wrote many secret letters and sent many cultivators to deliver them. Immediately, over 1,000 cultivators charged out of the Hundred Saints City. Every single one of them carried a secret letter before hurrying to Anya City as quickly as they could. They left through the teleportation array in Anya City. A huge swirl of energy hung in the sky in the depths of the two-world mountain. The swirl of energy was the only passage between the two worlds. The area where the passageway was located was the only safe zone in the two-world mountain. It was shrouded in a layer of powerful energy that completely isolated the thick fog in the two-world mountain. At the same time, it also kept all the life-sucking beasts outside. The formation of this place came from the hands of a Grand Exalt. There were rules set down by a Grand Exalt, so the peace had never been disturbed throughout all these years. At this moment, the ancient teleportation array that seemed to have been silent for a very long time suddenly lit up with dazzling light near the passage. Cultivators were sent over one by one. They looked around first, and when they saw the huge passage in the sky, they could not help but cheer. We've made it through successfully. Fantastic, we can finally leave. The people of the Dark Star race can't come here. As soon as they appear here, they'll be killed by a power in outer space. Since we've made it here, it means we're safe. This isn't a scheme of the Dark Star race. They're really willing to let us go. A portion of the cultivators had been sent over by the Hundred Saints City, while a portion of them did not belong to the Hundred Saints City. They had been teleported over from other cities of the Dark Star race. After all, the several dozen peak organizations in the Hundred Saints City only made up a small portion of the cultivators who were active in the Dark Star race. Most of them came from other organizations in the Saints world, medium organizations, independent cultivators, and so on. After cheering, they did not hesitate at all. They all shot into the sky and vanished into the passage in the end. On the other side of the passage was one of the 5 remaining sacred lands of the Spirit's world, the Dark Star continent. At this moment, within Star Origin City on the Dark Star continent, there was also a huge energy vortex suspended in the air. Many figures were either standing in the air or sitting in the air. They were gathered around the tunnel, and their bodies were emitting a vast and mighty aura like the sea. These people were all chaotic primes, and they had already traveled quite a long distance on their path as chaotic primes. Most of them were at the 4th heavenly layer or higher. There were very few below the 4th heavenly layer. Chapter 2850. There were several dozen chaotic primes gathered around the tunnel. They did not converse with one another. They either rested with their eyes closed or stared at the tunnel without blinking at all. It was as if they wanted to see through the tunnel formed by the whirlpool of energy and see what was inside. Of course, there were far more chaotic primes gathered around the tunnel. Behind them, divine halls hovered in the air. Every single divine hall flowed with dazzling light as they gave off the might of God artifacts. There were also a few dozen divine palaces, and almost all of them were mid-grade divine artifacts. There were even 2 divine palaces that were high-grade divine artifacts among them. High-quality God artifacts were usually in the hands of Grand Primes. As a matter of fact, even some low-level Grand Primes did not possess God artifacts like that. They were supreme treasures in the Saints' world. As a matter of fact, high-quality God artifacts could even be used to protect a few peak organizations. This was more than enough to demonstrate the value and power of high-quality God artifact. The chaotic primes gathered around the tunnel would glance past the 2 high-quality God artifacts from time to time. Their gazes would be filled with respect and fear, as well as a sliver of desire and greed that they did their best to hide from the depths of their hearts. Clearly, the 2 divine halls had piqued the desire of many people, but no one dared to fight over them. This was because the 2 high-quality God artifacts belonged to the Ashwolf clan and Hao Jia respectively. In order to ensure the safety of their young master, Jin Hong, an ancestor of the Ashwolf clan, had personally come to escort him. He was currently in the Divine Hall. As for Hao Jia's Divine Hall, although they did not send an ancestor like the Ashwolf clan, there were no experts who dared to target Hao Jia across the entire Saints' world. At this moment, there were several hundred organizations gathered around the passageway. There were peak organizations that possessed Grand Primes and first-rate organizations that only had chaotic primes. They were all gathered here. They were all waiting for the news from the Dark Star Realm to spread. Among the experts present, there were already expressions of worry and worry. They did not know exactly what had happened in the Dark Star Realm, nor did they know what the situation was like. They had already completely lost contact with the Dark Star Realm. Even though they had sent people in later on, they were trapped at the entrance due to the teleportation formations not being able to be used. In the end, they could only helplessly return. Many of the chaotic primes present sensed that something was wrong because the 2-world mountain was directly related to their interests. If something happened to the benefits of the 2-world mountain, it would be a great loss to them and the sects and clans behind them. At this time, the huge energy vortex hanging in the air suddenly surged. It was very slight, and if one did not pay attention, it would be very difficult to notice. However, the people gathered in the surroundings were chaotic primes. Their senses were extremely great, so even the minute changes in the surroundings could not escape their senses. At that moment, all the chaotic primes in the surroundings opened their eyes. They all stared at the energy vortex. Figures appeared one after another from the divine halls hovering in the air behind them. There were men and women, old and young. Their presences were vast and extremely powerful. In the next moment, a cultivator suddenly fell out of the passageway between the 2 realms. The light in the eyes of all the chaotic primes in the surroundings immediately shone brightly with this person's return. This was because this person was not one of the people who had been sent in later on to investigate. This meant that this person had definitely returned from the Dark Star Realm. He definitely knew about the latest news. Behind them, the powerful figures that emerged from the Divine Temple also arrived near the passageway between the 2 worlds in a single step. However, just as they were about to grab the cultivator who had just come out of the passageway and question him, more people suddenly fell out of the passageway between the 2 worlds. Just like that, people constantly returned from the Dark Star Realm like dumplings. There were so many of them that they reached over 10,000 very soon, and it did not stop there. All the chaotic primes who had been waiting there for several months became rather stunned by this sight. Before, they had been bitterly hoping that someone would return from the Dark Star Realm so that they could understand the exact situation of the Dark Star Realm. Even if just a single person returned, it would be fine. However, they had never thought that so many people would return all of a sudden, which left them rather unprepared. However, they found their disciples from the crowd very soon. As a result, They all waved their sleeves and used their terrifying cultivation to take their disciples away. The return of these people also revealed the latest news from the Darkstar realm. The organizations that did not take part in the construction of the Hundred Saints City or had nothing to do with the Hundred Saints City were not affected too much. However, the peak organizations that belonged to the Hundred Saints City all frowned when they received the news from their clansmen. There were even some hot-tempered people who could not help but curse aloud. Humph, they're actually so arrogant in a tiny place like this. If it weren't for the fact that old man couldn't enter, we would definitely wipe out the entire Darkstar realm. What? The Darkstar realm has actually killed so many of our disciples? This is preposterous. This is simply preposterous. A mere small clan actually dares to offend our Star Clan. The Darkstar realm has gone too far. The so-called 7th Divine Hall really does deserve to die. And the 5th Hall has actually made such a rude request of us. Do they really think they're something? Aren't they afraid of being slapped to death by old man when they come out in the future? The items that the Darkstar realm needs have already reached the God tier. Our clan has no lack of pills and heavenly resources at that level. As a matter of fact, we can take out quite a few of them. It's just that we can't take them in. The passageway between the two worlds is restricted by the laws of Grand Exalts. We can't take anything beyond that. The 5th Hall has given us a problem. We can't afford to lose our foundation in the Darkstar realm, or the losses will be far too great. This matter is clearly not something we can deal with. Let's report it to the Ancestor. The chaotic primes all spoke out. While they were furious, they also felt extremely helpless. In the end, they all sent the news back to their clans and asked their ancestors to make a decision. A Grand Prime of the Ashwolf clan immediately expressed his opinion. Our Ashwolf clan has plenty of the items that the 5th Hall wants, but we can't take any of them in. It doesn't matter if we lose our foundation in the Darkstar realm as long as our Qilin son returns safely. The ancestor of the Tianhe clan bathed in a layer of pure white light within the ice pole plane, so his appearance was obscured. He replied, "Inform the clansmen of the Darkstar realm that the clan is powerless against the 5th Hall's request. Tell them to do everything they can to collect the items they need during this period of time." With that, the ancestor of the Tianhe clan sighed gloomily and said, "Water of Tao origin can only be formed where Grand Exalts have died after a series of natural changes. Without the Water of Tao origin, some of the sacred grounds that our Tianhe clan uses to nurture the younger generation won't be able to function. This will be quite a loss to the clan." Chapter 2851. Similarly, in the Tianhe clan, in a splendid hall that was decorated with gold and jade, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, whose entire body emitted an immortal temperament, was sitting cross-legged on a cold jade bed. The frigid ice jade bed was clearly extremely cold. The ice-cold air that it emitted froze the entire palace into an ice cave. Moreover, there was a cold air in the form of fog that was endlessly emitted from the bed. The fog surrounded the old man's body, causing the old man to appear even more celestial. The old man was the greatest great elder of the Tianhe clan. He was a 9th heavenly layer chaotic prime and possessed great authority. In the Tianhe clan, his authority was only second to the Grand Primes. At this moment, the old man held a strand of Bai Yu's hair in confusion. He murmured, "Strange. Qian is currently in the Darkstar clan, so why has she suddenly sent someone to ask me about this? This isn't something a mere divine king like her should know. Since this girl has specially sent someone back to the clan from the Darkstar world to ask for information, it means that she needs these things right now. Although I don't know what she wants to do, she must have some intentions. Whatever, it's not like it's a secret anyway. Since she wants it, I'll give it to her." Although the Hinyu planes ranking on the Saints' world had dropped drastically after the destruction of the Poseidon Palace several million years ago, there were still over a dozen peak organizations on the plane. The Jade Alchemy sect was ranked second among these top forces. This ranking made the Jade Pill sect renowned on the Hineu Plain. At this moment, several great elders of the chaotic primes gathered together in the Jade Pill sect that was filled with the fragrance of pills. They all frowned in thought as they discussed with one another. They were all troubled. Difficult. The passageway between the two worlds to the world of the fallen beast was personally cast down by Grand Exalt. Even with our mastery of pills, creating our own pill recipes is a piece of cake for us. We can even change the appearance of many low-grade pills at will, turning them into regular pills. However, these methods can only fool a few early Grand Primes at most. Before the laws set down by Grand Exalts, it's like showing off before an expert. But what should we do? It's not like you don't know that the Heaven-Splitting Clan on the Nine Clouds Plain and the Heavens sect on Planet Vastness have ordered a batch of 12 cycle life and death pills from our Jade Pill sect. High-class pills like the life and death pills are extremely difficult to refine. Not only is the success rate low, but it's also very difficult for them to reach the peak of the 12 cycle life and death pills. Only by adding some water of life from the Darkstar race can we hope to refine 12 cycle life and death pills. If we lose our business in the Darkstar world, it'll be very difficult to collect more water of life. Yeah. Without the water of life, we won't be able to refine the 12 cycle life and death pills, and we won't be able to complete our deal with the Heaven-Splitting Clan on the Nine Clouds Plain and the Heavens sect on Planet Vastness. According to the agreement, our Jade Pill sect will have to pay several times the compensation. That's a huge loss. It's not just the 12 revolutions life and death pill. Many of the high-grade divine pills we refine cannot be separated from some of the materials in the Darkstar world. After all, the Two-World Mountain was created by the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit Clan. Every blade of grass and wood there contains extremely high-grade life force. There are even some heavenly resources that contain some fragmented laws of life. These are all excellent materials for refining various types of pills. Firstly, they can increase the success rate of the pills, and secondly, they can increase the effects of the pills. This matter affects our Jade Pill sect far too much. There's nothing we can do. Let's report this to the ancestors. Even if we have to pay a great price, we have to protect our businesses in the Darkstar world. Very soon, the two Grand Primes of the Jade Pill sect received the news and immediately emerged from seclusion. After understanding the situation in detail, they both sank into their thoughts. After a long while, one of the great ancestors spoke. No matter what, we have to protect our Jade Pill sect's business in the Darkstar realm. If we lose the Darkstar realm, then we can only beg other forces to help us collect these treasures in the Darkstar realm. However, in that case, our Jade Pill sect will inevitably be controlled by others, and we will also be blackmailed by them. Go and invite esteemed Ching Mo of the Pill King's clan, the Baidan Venerable of the Pill Nurturing clan, and the One Pill ancestor of the ancient Pill sect. At the same time, contact the upper echelon of the Heavenly Demon religion. Our Jade Pill sect will offer a high price to purchase 100,000 pure souls from them. We only need a peak divine king. We want to create another pill. The news from the 100 Saints city directly alarmed several dozen peak organizations in the Saints world. The ancestors of many organizations personally came forward to ask about the matter, as many of the resources produced in the Darkstar world were things they needed. As a matter of fact, there were even some special resources that were indispensable to some peak clans. However, quite a few of these resources just happened to be irreplaceable, and they only came from the Darkstar world. As a result, the various peak organizations treated this matter with great importance. However, in the end, most of the peak organizations were powerless against the Fifth Hall's request. Perhaps they had a way to do it, but the price was just too great. It was so great that it had completely exceeded the value of the Darkstar world. As a result, only a few organizations managed to come up with a plan in the end, and they were currently carrying out their plans. Of course, only those peak powers within the 100 holy cities were feeling worried. There were even more large powers that had not joined the 100 holy cities that were not affected in the slightest. On the contrary, those powers were impatient and quickly dispatched a group of people with a vast amount of divine crystals and all kinds of resources to enter the Dark Star realm in batches. This was because the Dark Star world had sent out news that they needed a large amount of divine crystals, an extremely large amount of divine crystals. In exchange, they were willing to provide a portion of their precious items. Just as all the peak organizations in the Saints' world were mobilizing their forces for the Fifth Hall's request, the person who started it all, Jianchen, was currently holding a joyous reception at the entrance of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. He was receiving the representatives of various organizations who had come to the banquet. The banquet was led by Jin Hong and He Qianqian, and it was organized with the cooperation of over a dozen organizations. They invited everyone to celebrate Jianchen's safe return. Naturally, not everyone in the 100 Saints city was willing to accept the banquet. As a result, only 2/3 of the organizations actually came. Chapter 2852. The young master of the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, Ping Yi, has arrived. The young miss of the Herman clan, Man Yunjun, has arrived. The young master of the Baijian clan, Baijian Xiong, has arrived. The direct disciple of the Heaven Sect, Mo Shang, has arrived. At the entrance of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, the representatives of many top forces in the 100 Saints city stepped into the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall one after another as the welcoming attendants shouted. As for Jianchen, he received everyone in the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. Even though he knew that these people all represented peak organizations that reigned over an entire region of the Saints' world, he did not have a clear idea of who was stronger among these peak organizations. He Qianqian explained some of the details of these organizations to Jianchen secretly, as if she was afraid that Jianchen would be careless. Yang Yutian, you have to be careful when dealing with these people. Don't offend them because there are a few organizations that even our Heavenly Crane clan fears. In particular, this person called Mo Shang is from the Heaven Sect. It's the greatest organization on planet Vastness, one of the 81 great planets of the Saints' world. This is because an ancestor of the Heaven Sect is a terrifying existence at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of Grand Prime. At the same time, he's the planet lord of planet Vastness. He's an authoritative figure. And I've even heard a great elder of our clan mention that the strongest ancestor of the Heaven Sect, the planet lord of planet Vastness, is already attempting to break through to an even higher level of cultivation. Once that ancestor really does reach the 7th heavenly layer of Grand Prime, the Heaven Sect's status in the entire Saints' world will increase by quite a lot. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Heaven Sect. He immediately thought of the great elder of the Heaven Sect, Zhan Yun, who called himself the Heaven Sect on planet Vastness. He also learnt from Zhan Yun that the Heaven Sect had close ties with the Myriad Bone Guild. However, the Heaven Sect clearly feared the heartless child of the Myriad Bone Guild very much. Hao Jiao, Haoren, and young Master Haochen have arrived. At this moment, the attendant's voice rang out again. Upon hearing Hao Jia's name, He Qianqian's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Someone from Hao Jia actually came, and its young masters Hao Ran and Hao Chun. Yang Yutian, listen carefully. If you can offend more than 90% of the top forces in the 100 Saints city, then Hao Jia is one of the forces that you must never offend. Moreover, the people who came from Hao Jia this time are not insignificant people. They are the direct disciples of Hao Jia. Their status in Hao Jia is not ordinary. Could this Hao Jia be even stronger than the vast expanse Star Heaven Sect? Oh right, I heard that Hao Jia seems to be from the Prosper Plane. The Prosper Plane is one of the 7 sacred grounds of the Saints' world. Jianchen asked through a sound transmission. He was not unfamiliar with Haoren and Hao Chun. When he had just left the Two-World Mountain, he had saved the two of them as Gu Qi, preventing a disaster for them. Otherwise, who knew if the two of them would still be alive today? However, there was still a gap between the two of them when compared to He Qianqian, Ping Yixing, and the others. However, their status was clearly much higher. When he asked He Qianqian through a sound transmission, Jianxin also went up to receive them warmly. After exchanging some pleasantries with Haoren and Hao Chen, he invited the two of them into the hall. Fellow Yang Yutian, I have already learned about everything that happened in the Two-World Mountain from Zi Xiaoji. It was all thanks to an expert like fellow Yang Yutian that we were able to leave the Two-World Mountain successfully. Otherwise, even if we were able to leave the Two-World Mountain successfully, we would have suffered heavy casualties. As for the 100 Saints City, I'm afraid we wouldn't have enough power to take it back. Haoren and Hao Chen were amiable. They did not put on any airs of arrogance and wore gentle smiles on their faces. However, while Jianxin recognized them, they did not recognize that Jianxin was Gu Qi who had saved them in the Two-World Mountain. At this moment, He Qianqian's solemn voice also entered Jianxin's ears. Compared to the vast expanse Star Heaven sect, Hao Jia is indeed much stronger. Even in the Prosper Plane where experts are everywhere, Hao Jia is a super force that no one dares to offend. It's all because Hao Jia produced an extremely powerful ancestor. He's known as the Flame Ancestor. It's because of the Flame Ancestor that Hao Jia has become a super force that no one dares to offend on the Prosper Plane. Not only is the Flame Ancestor a 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime, but he's also a Divine General of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. He possesses an extremely great status in the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, where he can directly speak to the First Majesty. With a relationship like that, how can Hao Jia not be powerful? He Qianqian's eyes were filled with envy. With such a powerful background, even if his personal strength was not particularly monstrous, he would still be respected wherever he went. After understanding this, Jianxin could not help but glance at Haoren and Hao Chen. He immediately felt a sense of closeness with them. With his relationship with Ming Dong, the Hao family wasn't considered an outsider. Apart from Hao Jia, there's also the Celestial Thunder Clan that we cannot offend. Although the Celestial Thunder Clan's strength is equivalent to our Tianhe clan at most, or even slightly inferior, the Celestial Thunder Clan also possesses a great background. I've heard the Great Elder mention that behind the Celestial Thunder Clan is one of the 8 Archean clans, the Thor clan. He warned us seriously not to offend them unless we have no other choice. He Qianqian was stern. What she said was not a secret among peak organizations. It was basically all public information, so there was no taboo. It was just that regular cultivators could not come into contact with it. Jianxin was greatly shocked when he heard that. Naturally, he knew about Archean clans. There were only 8 of them across the entire Saints world, and every single one of them had existed for an extremely long time. They were extremely terrifying. This was because these clans had all given birth to Grand Exalts in the past. It was just that the Grand Exalt had passed away, but the clan had not been destroyed. They had also inherited many secret techniques and Supreme God artifacts from Grand Exalt. Aside from that, Archean clans possessed 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes as well. Only by fulfilling these conditions would they have the right to be revered as an Archean clan. Without any exaggeration, there was nothing in the entire Saints world that could make Archean clans fear apart from Grand Exalt. Even the Heaven-Splitting clan that possessed the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor, a 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime, paled in comparison to Archean clans because their heritage was on a completely different level. Chapter 2853. He Qianqian mainly introduced the Hao Jia and the Heavenly Thunder clan to Jianxin, as the two clans both possessed terrifying backgrounds. One was the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng, while the other was an Archean clan. However, between the two forces, only the Hao family came to the banquet. The Heavenly Thunder clan did not come. Of course, there were a few other organizations in the 100 Saints city that even the Heavenly Crane clan feared aside from these two organizations. However, they paled in comparison to the Hao Jia and the Heavenly Thunder clan. He Qianqian only reminded Jianchen to be careful. She did not introduce them in too much detail. Very soon, the banquet formally began in the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall. As the main character of the day, Jianchen was destined to be the busiest day of his life. After saying some pleasantries, he walked around the hall with a cup of wine in his hand. He smiled as he toasted the people from various organizations humbly. Regardless of whether they were the leaders of an organization in the 100 Saints city, envoys, or attendants, they were all guests. As long as they could make it, it was a form of recognition. As a result, Jianchen naturally did not lose his manners when dealing with guests. During this period of time, many organizations had already extended olive branches to Jianchen, either openly or secretly. They offered various great conditions in hopes of Jianchen joining their clans and promised him various benefits. In short, the conditions they offered were so great that any independent divine king cultivator would be tempted or even driven mad. Even some experts who had just reached the primordial realm would be tempted to a certain extent. Unfortunately, Jianchen was not a divine king. Instead, he was a primordial realm expert, and he was no ordinary primordial realm expert. Instead, he was wealthy enough to make even grand primes envious. As a result, he naturally did not take the conditions offered by these organizations seriously. They all used the excuse of not wanting to be restricted as an excuse to turn them down. Most of the reasons why these organizations were willing to attend the banquet was because they wanted to rope in Jianchen. They had all come prepared. Seeing how resources were not enough to tempt Jianchen, they all glanced at each other. Immediately, the women who had come with them all stood up. Every single one of them was a beauty that had been carefully selected. Both their appearances and figures were outstanding. They all approached Jianchen with enchanting smiles. Their breaths were like orchids, and their voices were clear as they spoke with Jianchen. Some of the women would even touch Jianchen slightly, whether it was intentional or not. Their gazes were dazed and filled with admiration. What had Jianchen not experienced now? In the face of such a scene, his face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat fast. He appeared calm and composed, and his feet moved lightly to avoid the attack. This scene was witnessed by Jin Hong and He Qianqian not far away. Jin Hong's expression didn't change in the slightest, but He Qianqian revealed a playful smile and said softly, "I didn't expect Yang Yutian to be more popular than I imagined. He actually obtained the favor of so many great powers. Now, he even used the honey trap. Some of these women have practiced seduction techniques for a very long time. They're not good at battle, but they have endless tricks up their sleeves when it comes to seducing men. I wonder if Yang Yutian will be able to hold his ground." Don't worry. Yang Yutian is no ordinary person. Using these methods on Yang Yutian is destined to be a waste of effort, Jin Hong said indifferently. Jin Hong's expression was indifferent. He held a beast leg in his hand and began to eat it in big bites. Every time he took a bite, a rich vitality overflowed. This unknown beast leg was clearly taken from the life-devouring beast of Two-World Mountain. He Qianqian looked at Jin Hong and said seriously, "Young Master Jin Hong, you've helped Yang Yutian time and time again. I don't think it's entirely because of Yang Yutian's contributions in Two-World Mountain. You should also have thoughts of roping in Yang Yutian, right?" Jin Hong thought seriously for a moment before saying, "I've never thought about roping in Yang Yutian, because my clan might not be suitable for Yang Yutian. However, in my opinion, your Tianhe clan has a very good chance." "Tell me about it. What kind of bargaining chip does our Tianhe clan have to throw out to attract a prodigy like Yang Yutian? If we can really recruit Yang Yutian into our clan, it'll be a great contribution," He Qianqian said. "No organization in the Saints' world would give up on a genius with monstrous talent. For example, Yang Yutian would be fought over by various organizations. Jin Hong glanced at He Qianqian deeply and said, "The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Now that Yang Yutian is in your Tianhe clan, won't it be easy for you to rope in him? If you personally take action to capture Yang Yutian's heart, the chances of success would obviously be extremely high." He Qianqian was clearly stunned. She smiled bitterly. "Young Master Jin Hong, I'm different from you. You're already the young patriarch of the clan, so your status is extremely special. Even the Grand Prime Ancestor takes special care of you. What about me? I'm just a clansman with some talent in the Tianhe clan. In terms of talent, I'm not as good as you, and my status is nowhere near as good as yours. For clansmen like me, my fate and marriage will be decided by the seniors of the clan. Even if I do end up with a husband in the future, he'll definitely be a member of a large organization. Yang Yutian and I are people from two different worlds after all." The banquet ended and the guests dispersed. Very soon, the Tianhe Divine Hall recovered its usual peace. He Qianqian arrived at Jianchen and looked at Jianchen with an ambiguous smile. She said, "There were so many beautiful women at the banquet. Did you not take a liking to any of them?" Jianchen remained calm. He said seriously, "In my heart there are only two things, cultivation and becoming stronger. There's no room for romantic relationships anymore. Furthermore, as a loose cultivator, I've experienced a lot more things than disciples of large clans like you. After experiencing so much, I've long since become indifferent to matters of love." He Qianqian stared at Jianchen strangely and smiled gently. People have emotions and desires. Even some old monsters who have cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years can't let go of these emotions and desires. They'll still be captivated by them and go crazy over them. You're not even 1,000 years old, yet you're saying that you've become indifferent to romantic relationship. Are you saying that this is a flaw in your personality? Or is it because of your talent? Jianchen didn't want to continue on this topic. He changed the topic. "Almost everyone in your group has the 100 Calamity Divine King pill. The pill formula for refining the 100 Calamity Divine King pill shouldn't be anything precious, right?" Hearing this, He Qianqian's eyes flashed. She asked, "You're not going to say that you want the pill formula for refining the 100 Calamity Divine King pill, are you?" Chapter 2854. He Qianqian seemed to have just realized Jianchen's thoughts. She said, "Yang Yutian, listen to me. Don't think about refining the 100 Calamity Divine King pellet by yourself. This pellet is far from as simple as you think it is." "Is that so? Then tell me about it in detail. What's so special about this 100 Calamity Divine King pellet?" Jianchen revealed an interested expression. He currently had over 30,000 Divine King grasses in his possession. Moreover, these Divine King grasses were all high-quality Divine King grasses. In order to limit the strength of the cultivators of the outside world, the Dark Star race had never spread the high-quality Divine King grasses. Perhaps even the large forces in the 100 Saints City still did not know about the existence of the high-quality Divine King grasses. Therefore, he would not expose the high-quality Divine King grasses in front of outsiders to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, if the Divine King grasses did not turn into Divine King pellets, they were useless items in the end. And if he wanted to turn them into 100 Calamity Divine King pellets without exposing the high-quality Divine King grasses, he had to obtain the pellets to refine the pellets himself. Of course, the 100 Calamity Divine King pellets, refined from high-quality Divine King grasses, should also remove the word 100 Calamity. He Qianqian began to explain, "Yang Yutian, do you know why the 100 Calamity Divine King pellets, refined from 100 Calamity grasses, can allow an ordinary cultivator to become a Divine King expert in an extremely short amount of time? Why is it that a miraculous item like the 100 Calamity Divine King Pellet that can greatly increase a cultivator's realm in a short amount of time, which even the vast Saint's world does not have, but a small world like the Dark Star Realm does? Because its formation is related to the grand exalt of the Dark Star race that died back then? Jianchen said. He Qianqian nodded, that's right. The formation of the 100 Calamity Grasses is indeed related to the grand exalt of the Dark Star race. Perhaps it's related to the ancient beast that transformed into the Dark Star realm as well. However, it's exactly because the 100 Calamity Grasses are related to an expert like that that makes it difficult to refine them into 100 Calamity Divine King Pellet. That's because there's a mysterious and powerful power hidden within the 100 Calamity Grass. Even the great elders of our clans don't know if it comes from the grand exalt of the Dark Star race or the ferocious beast that turned into the world of the fallen beast. However, whenever the 100 Calamity Grasses are refined into 100 Calamity Divine King Pellets, the power will erupt. It's so powerful that we can't resist it at all. Without the cultivation of a chaotic prime, it's impossible to suppress it, let alone refine it into a pill. Whether it's our Tianhe clan or some other peak organizations, we need two great elders who are chaotic primes to work together to refine the 100 Calamity Divine King Pellets successfully. Without the cultivation of a chaotic prime, it's impossible to refine the 100 Calamity Divine King Pellet. Even refining the pill is so difficult, let alone the fact that you need to add in various valuable medicinal ingredients. This is not something an independent cultivator should possess. Even many organizations with chaotic primes can't afford the resources needed to refine the Divine King Pellet. This is because the costs and benefits of refining the 100 Calamity Divine King Pellets are completely disproportionate. Only peak clans like us with foundations in the Dark Star race are forced to go through so much effort to refine the Divine King Pellets to protect our interests. He Qianqian looked at Jianchen deeply and continued, Yang Yutian, I know it's a piece of cake for you to hunt down high-level life-devouring beasts and exchange them for 100 Calamity Grasses with your strength. You can even obtain a large amount of Divine King Grass in a short amount of time through this method. However, I still hope you can give all the Divine King Grass to our Tianhe clan because the Divine King Grass is useless to you. You can't use it at all. Thank you for your explanation, Miss Qian, but I'm still interested in the pill recipe. I'm even willing to use 100 Calamity Grasses to exchange for the recipe. May I ask how much 100 Calamity Grasses I need for your Tianhe clan to be willing to give me the recipe? Jianchen had no intentions of changing his mind. It was not like he did not have chaotic primes. The Tianyuan clan had one. As for himself, if he broke through to the next layer of the chaotic body, he would be able to treat him as a chaotic prime. Seeing Jianchen's determination, He Qianqian knew it would be pointless no matter how she tried to persuade him. She sighed gently. All right, since you insist on the recipe, I'll ask for you. However, I can't decide on the recipe, and I can't take it out either. I need to send someone to ask the seniors of the clan. Afterwards, He Qianqian used a secret technique to send someone out to ask the upper echelon of the clan. Very soon, the reply from the outside world reached the 100 Saints city. He Qianqian received 2 messages. After reading the messages, she said to Jianchen rather helplessly, the clan has sent back news that the recipe for the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill was obtained by the clan at a great price. They have also signed an agreement that the recipe cannot be leaked. Jianchen frowned when he heard that. He had never thought that the pill recipe that basically every organization in the 100 Saints city possessed would be so difficult to obtain. It had taken him slightly by surprise. At this moment, He Qianqian continued, but there's another piece of news that you should be interested in. As she said that, He Qianqian picked up the second feather. After reading through the information inside using a secret technique, her face immediately changed. She was shocked, as if she had become stunned. Only a while later did she gradually return to her senses. Her chest heaved violently, which was enough to tell that she was not calm at all. Only after quite a while did she recover. After a moment of thought, she seemed to have made a decision in the end. With a flip of her hand, a jade slip immediately appeared in her hand. She passed some information on the jade slip to Jianchen and said at the same time, "This is the information I obtained from a great elder of the clan. Regular cultivators don't have the right to know this. Remember to destroy it after reading it." Jianchen accepted the jade slip with some curiosity and sent the senses of his soul in. The jade slip recorded some matters on the ice pole plane. In particular, there was a relatively detailed introduction to the Ice Goddess Hall and Moon God Hall. The name Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall had appeared before as well. The rough idea was that the Ice Goddess had already died, and her corpse was in the depths of the Ice Goddess Hall. Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall and Wuhan, one of the 4 great protectors of the Ice Goddess Hall, had joined the Flame Reverend, a supreme expert. The Flame Reverend wanted the Ice Goddess corpse, so he used Nan Patian to take down the Ice Goddess Hall before trying to find the Ice Goddess corpse through Wuhan. Even though the various peak organizations on the ice pole plane understood the Flame Reverend's intentions, they were powerless to stop him. As a result, they could only watch as this happened. Even the experts who wanted the Ice Goddess corpse retreated in fright when they heard the Flame Reverend's name. This was because the Flame Reverend was a supreme expert who had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Grand Prime. Even if all the peak organizations on the ice pole plane worked together, they would not be the Flame Reverend's opponent. However, Jianchen also learnt from the Jade Slip that the Flame Reverend had been plotting for many years, but he was still unable to reach the depths of the Ice Goddess Hall. This was because the Ice Goddess Hall was a Grand Exalt's sovereign artifact. Even without the artifact's spirit, the toughness and defenses of the Divine Hall could still block attacks from 9th heavenly layer Grand Primes. Destroying a god artifact like this required power on the level of Grand Exalt. Several decades ago, the daughter of the previous moon god of the Moon God Hall appeared silently. She was discovered by the Hall Master of the Moon God Hall, Nan Patian. They engaged in a great battle, and in the end, the daughter of the Moon God was heavily injured and captured. At this moment, another piece of news appeared in Jianchen's head, immediately making Jianchen's heart tighten. Fairy Haoyue was heavily injured and captured. At this moment, Jianchen felt like he had been struck by lightning. His mind shook. The Fairy Haoyue had actually ended up in Nan Potion's hands. With her grievances with Nan Patian, who knew what would happen to her. Chapter 2855. When he saw the last piece of news, Jianchen became extremely excited. He felt extremely satisfied. Senior Mo Tianyun has actually killed his way to the Ice Pole province. He even broke into the Ice Goddess Hall and killed the Hall Master of the Moon Goddess Hall, Nan Patian. Nan Patian was a great enemy of Fairy Haoyue. His death can be considered as revenge for Fairy Haoyue. However, I wonder how Fairy Haoyue is doing right now. Jianchen thought. When he thought of how Fairy Haoyue's current situation was unknown, he began to worry. I hope nothing bad happens to Fairy Haoyue. Jianchen prayed inside. He did not have many friends, and Fairy Haoyue just so happened to be one of them. At this very moment, he was so worried for Fairy Haoyue that he wanted nothing more than to immediately head to the Ice Pole province. However, Siyu's current situation left him with no choice but to remain in the Dark Star Realm. That was because what had happened in the Ice Pole province had already happened. If something really did happen to Fairy Haoyue, it would be very difficult for him to do anything even if he hurried over. However, the situation with the Dark Star clan was different. Siyu's life and death was completely in his hands. While Jianchen was worried for Fairy Haoyue, Qianqian was not calm either. She seemed to have received a huge shock and was still in a state of shock. She absent-mindedly muttered, "The 3 ancestors of the Hufen clan have actually all died. This can't be real, this can't be real. Hearing He Qianshan's muttering, Jianshan suppressed his worry for Fairy Haoyuan asked, what sort of organization does the Hufeng clan belong to in the Ice Pole province? In the Ice Pole province, the Hufeng clan is ranked 4th, second only to our Sky Crane clan. However, I've heard from the Grand Elders that although the Hufeng clan is ranked lower than our Tianhe clan, their strength is on par with our Tianhe clan. There isn't much of a difference. The reason why our Tianhe clan is ahead of the Hufeng clan is because our Grand Elders have an advantage over the Hufeng clan. He Qianshan said somewhat unconsciously. The death of the 3 great ancestors of the Feng clan had a huge impact on her, causing her face to look somewhat pale. Who is the Empyrean Demon Lord? He can actually kill the 3 ancestors of the Hufeng clan. Those are 3 grand primes, yet they died just like that. There is a difference in strength between the 2 clans. This means that the He Feng clan and the Tianhe clan are on par with each other in terms of strength. Jianshan wasn't too shocked by the fall of the 3 ancestors of the He Feng clan. Instead, he was assessing the strength of the Tianhe clan. Mo Tianyun could easily wipe out the Hufeng clan, which ranked 4th, so it would not be difficult for him to wipe out the Tianhe clan. I wonder what Grand Prime Senior Mo Tianyun is, thought Jianshan. After a moment of thought, he asked He Qianshan, Miss Qian, may I ask why you're showing me the information on the Ice Pole Plain? He Qianshan took a deep breath and slowly calmed down her turbulent emotions. Very quickly, she suppressed all the thoughts in her mind. She once again regained her calm, and an ice-cold aura naturally spread out from her body. Aren't you interested in the information on the Ice Pole Plain? In order to satisfy your desire, I specially asked the Grand Elders of the clan about this. Logically speaking, this information shouldn't be something I can come into contact with. It's only because I'm in the Dark Star world that the elders of the clan do their best to satisfy my needs. That's why I have this information, said He Qianshan. Miss Qian, you're exaggerating. It's also because of the Tianhe Divine Hall that I'm slightly curious about the Ice Pole Plain. How am I interested? Jianshan laughed involuntarily. The light in He Qianshan's eyes flickered. She stared at Jianshan without blinking and said seriously, Yang Yutian, I may not be an extremely smart person, but don't think of me as such a fool. There are many organizations even more powerful than our Tianhe clan in the 100 Saints City. With your talent and battle prowess, you can join an organization even more powerful than our Tianhe clan. You'll be greatly valued no matter which organization you go to, yet you just happened to choose our Tianhe clan. Also, a few days ago, not long after you returned to the Tianhe Divine Hall, you asked me about the information on the Ice Pole Plain. You kept saying that you were only curious and wanted to know more about the Ice Pole Plain. However, you didn't realize that your expression had already betrayed you. Your expression at that time was not an expression of curiosity at all. Instead, it was an expression of extreme care and concern. And one last thing. That day at the banquet, so many major clans threw you an olive branch and gave you generous conditions. Any one of those conditions possessed a fatal attraction to the Divine King, who was born as a loose cultivator. However, you weren't moved in the slightest. Even your gaze was incomparably clear the entire time. What does that mean? This means that the conditions offered by these great families are simply not enough to enter your eyes. Am I right? He Qianshan paused when she reached there. She looked at Jianshan deeply and said, Yang Yutian, the reason why you chose to join our Tianhe clan back then was definitely not a coincidence. You did it on purpose, right? I'm very curious. Why did you choose our Tianhe clan? Miss Qian, you're overthinking things. I didn't choose your Tianhe clan for any particular reason. If I had to say something, it would be to have a backer in the Dark Star race. After all, I'm not familiar with the Dark Star race by myself. If I continued on my own, it might be difficult for me to move around. As for the olive branches offered by those clans, to be honest, I'm not interested in their conditions at all. Although I, Yang Yutian, am an independent cultivator, I obtained the legacy of a primordial realm expert by coincidence. Naturally, I have some wealth. Lastly, there's the ice pole plane. I'll be going there sooner or later, so I'm rather concerned about the news there. I can understand the ice pole plane beforehand so that I can make plans for the future, Jianchen replied with composure. He Qianqian said nothing more. She only stared at Jianchen with shining eyes as if she wanted to see through Jianchen's eyes to the depths of his heart. She clearly doubted Jianchen's words. Jianchen also stared at He Qianqian. His face was filled with helplessness and innocence as well as a bitter smile. However, He Qianqian's eyes were truly beautiful. Her eyes were incomparably bright. Her big eyes were like a pair of black gems. The radiance emitted from them seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart. Coupled with her beautiful and cold face that could cause the downfall of a nation, she had a fatal charm to men. At this moment, an old man who seemed like a caretaker walked in from outside. He reported, "Miss, we've just received news that all organizations in the 100 Holy City are invited to the Pantheon of Gods." "I know. You can leave." He Qianqian looked away. She no longer looked at Jianchen. Instead, she looked towards the center of the 100 Holy City, in the direction of the Pantheon of Gods. She said, "I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. As long as you haven't left the Dark Star World, you're still a member of our Tianhe clan. You can't do anything that harms our Tianhe clan." "Of course. Let's go. Let's go to the Pantheon of Gods." Gathering everyone in the Pantheon of Gods this time must mean that some organization has found a way to satisfy the Fifth Hall's request. Unfortunately, our Tianhe clan is powerless against the Fifth Hall's request. Perhaps before long, our Tianhe clan will have to leave the Dark Star World. Chapter 2856. There were over 100 seats around a huge round table in the Pantheon. When Jianchen followed He Qianqian to the Pantheon, he discovered that most of the seats were already occupied. Jianchen was familiar with all the people who had the right to sit. Although he did not know the names of many of them, he had seen them before in Two World Mountain. This was because these people were all representatives sent by various organizations. Not all of them were Divine King, but there were also a few overgods among them. Chu Jie, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, Gong Rui, and Zhou Ji, who had a conflict with him in Two World Mountain, were among them. Seeing Jianchen arrive, Jin Hong, Ping Yixing, and the other prodigies who approved of Jianchen stood up and clasped their fists towards Jianchen. They exchanged a few simple greetings. However, Chu Jie, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, Gong Rui, and Zhou Ji's faces sank. The light in their eyes flickered with extremely well-concealed, killing intent. Jianchen glanced at the five of them deeply before looking away. He stood behind He Qianqian as if nothing had happened. Jianchen could clearly sense the killing intent from Chu Jie and the other four. They believed that they had concealed their killing intent very well and could fool everyone present, but they could not fool Jianchen. It was just that 5 divine kings. He really did not place them in his eyes. After waiting for a while, everyone in the Pantheon finally arrived. At this moment, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s broke the silence. "We have gathered in the Pantheon this time to discuss the Fifth Hall's conditions and other matters. Right now, the 7th Divine Hall's hatred towards our 100 Saints city is too deep. If we want to continue to establish ourselves here, we cannot leave the Fifth Hall's protection. As a result, we have to complete the Fifth Hall's conditions no matter what." At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing. "During this period of time, I'm sure everyone has received a reply from their respective families. I wonder which family or faction has the ability to complete the mission given by the Fifth Hall." "Yang Yutian, this person is from the Heavenly Thunder tribe. His surname is Lei and his given name is June. His name is Lei Jun." While the middle-aged man was speaking, He Qianqian introduced him to Jianchen via voice transmission. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, Hao Jia's Hao Chen said, I see that fellow Taoist Lei Jun is full of confidence. I presume that your Heavenly Thunder clan has already found a solution. Lei Jun laughed heartily when he heard that. He said, I can't hide it from you, Brother Houchen. Brother Houchen is right. Through the efforts of our elders, we have found a way to satisfy the Fifth Hall's needs. As he spoke, Lei Jun glanced around. His expression was somewhat proud as he said, I wonder if there is anyone here who can satisfy the Fifth Hall's conditions. News has come from our Jade Pill sect. Our ancestor has already come out of seclusion. He will personally create his own pill recipe. With his great attainments in the Tao of alchemy, it won't be difficult for him to refine a pill that isn't at the divine level, but is even more effective than the divine level. I believe that the pill will be refined soon and sent to the Dark Star boundary. The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect said. His gaze met Lei Jun's. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on both of their faces. After that, no one else spoke in the Pantheon Palace. Many people's expressions were gloomy. Apart from the Heavenly Thunder Tribe and the Jade Pill sect, none of the dozens of top forces in the 100 Saints city could satisfy the Fifth Hall's requirements. Seeing this, Lei Jun from the Heavenly Thunder clan's smile grew wider. With a confident expression, he continued, That won't do. The Fifth Hall's Deputy Hall Master said that the Fifth Hall will protect whichever clan among us that can provide the Fifth Hall with what it needs. Now, only our Heavenly Thunder Tribe and the Jade Pill sect can satisfy the Fifth Hall's requirements in the Pantheon Palace. Doesn't that mean that only our two clans are safe and sound in the 100 Saints city? All the other forces will find it difficult to establish themselves in the 100 Saints city? However, this won't do. When the 100 Saints city was built, each of our clans put in a lot of effort. Once you leave, only our Heavenly Thunder Tribe and the Jade Pill sect will be left in the huge 100 Saints city. Hearing that, many prodigies' expressions turned ugly. Some people's eyes sparkled. When they looked at Lei Jun and the prodigy of the Jade Pill sect, they revealed a thoughtful expression. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if it's feasible. The heavenly legend of the Jade Pill clan stood up, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He said, If there are no other clans or sects in the 100 Saints city, and only our Jade Pill clan and the Heavenly Thunder clan exist, does that mean that the Fifth Hall can protect our entire 100 Saints city? Hearing this, Howren chuckled and stared coldly at the prodigy of the Jade Pill sect. He said, Then, according to your Jade Pill sect, do you want all the clans and forces in the 100 Saints city that can't meet the Fifth Hall's requirements to join your Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Tribe? The prodigy of the Jade Pill sect smiled slightly and said, This is just an idea of mine. In the Dark Star realm, all the forces in the 100 Saints city will merge into the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Tribe. Once we leave the Dark Star realm, we won't be bound by this rule, and we'll still go our separate ways. Ha ha ha, that's not impossible. Of course, this is only a temporary measure. It's only on the surface. Everything is for everyone to gain a foothold in the Dark Star realm and for the greater benefits of the clan. It won't affect the status of the Saints' world at all, Lei Jun chuckled. You actually want so many of us to merge into your Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Tribe and follow your lead. Only you can think of something so absurd. Aren't you afraid that you'll end up stuffing yourself to death? Man Yunjun from the Man family sneered. Jade Pill sect, Heavenly Thunder Tribe, you sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of offending our Baijian clan and causing you to suffer in the future? Baijian Xiong from the Baijian clan sneered as well. His eyes were filled with disdain. Please be careful with your words. Once the ancestor of our Hao Jia is angered, just your Jade Pill sect and Heavenly Thunder Tribe probably won't be able to endure our Hao Jia's fury. Hao Chen's face sank as well as he said with a fake smile. In short, the Jade Pill sect and Heavenly Thunder Tribe's suggestion had basically angered all the clans present. Everyone's eyes shone viciously as they responded coldly. Only a few clans remained silent as their eyes flickered with light. Chapter 2857. After Lei Jun finished speaking, no one in the Pantheon Divine Palace spoke again. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. While all the geniuses gathered here had ugly expressions, some of them had a glimmer in their eyes, with a trace of hesitation. They could already tell that the Heavenly Thunder Clan and the Jade Pill sect were in cahoot. The two clans wanted to use this opportunity to rearrange the benefits of the 100 Saints City so that they could obtain the greatest benefit. However, no one present could accept the Heavenly Thunder Clan and the Jade Pill sect's request because many of them had clans that were much more powerful than the two clans. Ignoring the Archean clans behind the Heavenly Thunder Clan, some of the peak organizations in the Divine Hall were even several levels more powerful than the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Clan. The clans in the Saints' world were so powerful, yet they had to lower themselves to the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Clan, two clans that were far weaker than them, in the Dark Star world. This was something that none of the prodigies in the Divine Hall could accept, let alone the organizations that were more powerful than the Heavenly Thunder Clan and the Jade Pill sect. Even the organizations that were weaker than the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Clan were unable to accept this. After all, as peak clans that stood at the apex of the Saints' world, they were all existences that reigned supreme. They were the rulers of their own territories, so they naturally had their pride. How could they be willing to live under someone else's roof? However, the benefits of the Darkstar realm were truly too great. If they were to lose the foundation of the Darkstar realm, although they would still be able to purchase the items of the Darkstar realm from other powers, they would inevitably be restricted by others. At the same time, the items they obtained would have to be carefully selected by others before being given to them. The difficulty of obtaining some extremely rare and precious materials would increase drastically. It would be nowhere near as good as directly purchasing them from the Dark Star world. As a result, if the dignity and face of the clans were ignored, the Heavenly Thunder Clan and the Jade Pill sect's suggestion had its merits. Even He Qianqian's gaze became hesitant. Clearly, she was rather tempted, but there was even more conflict in her gaze. Jianchen, who stood behind He Qianqian, sensed the change in her expression with his sharp senses. He asked through a communication technique, "Miss Qiao, you represent the Heavenly Crane Clan. Would your Heavenly Crane Clan rather take the resources of the Dark Star world than your dignity as a peak clan? Moreover, if we agree to the Jade Pill sect and Heavenly Thunder Clan's suggestion, the 100 Saints City will be ruled by the two clans in the future. Even if your Heavenly Crane Clan can continue to gain a foothold in the Dark Star world, the resources you will have to be heavily filtered by the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder Clan. Yang Yutian, you don't understand. You simply don't understand how important some of the rare heavenly treasures in the Dark Star world are to our Heavenly Crane Clan. If we were to lose everything here, not only would our Heavenly Crane Clan's cultivation of the younger generation slow down, even our clan's high-end battle strength would be affected." He Qianqian's voice was extremely grave. She hesitated for a moment, then continued, "In our Heavenly Crane Clan, there is a divine-level pill called the Ancestral Blood Pellet. Once we consume this pellet, it will stimulate our bloodline and increase the strength of our bloodline for a short period of time. It might even cause an effect of atavism, causing our battle strength to multiply. The Ancestral Blood Pellet is extremely important to our Heavenly Crane Clan. There is an important material required to concoct the Ancestral Blood Pellet that can only be found in the Dark Star world. If we are unable to obtain this material, the effect of the Ancestral Blood Pellet concocted will be greatly reduced. What material do you need to concoct the Ancestral Blood Pellet? If I come across it in the future, I can gather some for you," asked Jianchen. "Divine blood soil," He Qianqian replied. Jianchen frowned slightly, revealing a pondering expression. He had been the Fifth Hall Master for several days, so he had some understanding of some of the rare materials in the Dark Star world. However, he had never heard of divine blood soil. Divine blood soil, divine blood soil. Since it's soil, it must be related to soil. Could it be the ancestral sacred land of the Dark Star race? Thought Jianchen. He had read some fragmented record. In the distant past, when the grand exalts of the Dark Star race and the grand exalts of the Wood Spirit race fought, there was blood that had spilled on the ground. The blood had dyed the soil, causing the ordinary soil to become extraordinary. This soil was known as the ancestral sacred land in the Dark Star world. After a moment of silence, Jianchen suddenly looked at the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan. He said, "I have something to say. How can your Jade Pill sect and Heavenly Thunder clan be certain that the things you've prepared will definitely satisfy the Fifth Hall's needs? What if the Fifth Palace is not satisfied with the medicinal pills or natural treasures offered by your two clans? Then wouldn't your so-called proposal become a joke? Moreover, we haven't even brought those things in yet. As long as they haven't entered the Dark Star world, it's hard to say whether or not they can be brought in." Just as Jianchen finished speaking, Ping Yixing of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect stood up and said, "Brother Yang Yutian is correct. You haven't brought your things in yet, and you haven't received the Fifth Hall's acknowledgement. It's still too early to talk about this. Everyone, I won't waste any more time here. I'll take my leave first. Once the Fifth Hall acknowledges your things, we can discuss the rest." With that, Ping Yixing immediately walked out. "Please wait. I'll send someone to notify the Fifth Hall right now. Mr. Ping Yixing, please wait here for a moment," Lei Jun of the Heavenly Thunder clan said confidently. Then, he immediately sent an emissary to the Fifth Divine Hall. His words immediately caused many people's expressions to change slightly. A prodigy asked in surprise, "You're in such a hurry to notify the Fifth Hall? Has your Heavenly Thunder clan already brought the items in?" Lei Jun smiled without saying anything. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Clearly, he had tacitly agreed. Ping Yixing, who had already reached the entrance of the hall, stopped. He turned around and looked deeply at Lei Jun. "Your Heavenly Thunder clan sure moves quickly. I never thought that under such harsh conditions, you would be able to accomplish something that we couldn't do in such a short amount of time. It must be the force behind your Heavenly Thunder clan that did it." Chapter 2858. I've already come. Ha ha ha, originally, I only came to understand the situation and see if your clans in the outside world can find a way to fulfill the requirements of our Fifth Hall. I never thought that you would have already brought the item in. The 100 Saints city really hasn't disappointed the Hall Master. Just when the emissary from the Heavenly Thunder clan was about to head to the royal capital of the Dark Star clan to invite the upper echelon of the Fifth Hall, clear laughter suddenly rang out in the Divine Hall. The voice was loud and possessed a supreme sense of dignity. It also possessed the pressure of the primordial realm. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that the voice belonged to the weakest of the three Vice Hall Masters, Bing Yuan. It was exactly because he was the weakest in the Fifth Hall that Bing Yuan basically had to take care of all the errands and miscellaneous matters that the upper echelon of the Fifth Hall had to deal with. The eyes of the prodigies from the Heavenly Thunder clan and the Jade Pill sect lit up. Lei Jun could not help but laugh aloud. "So it's the Vice Hall Master. Welcome, Vice Hall Master. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you." Before Lei Jun had even finished speaking, another person silently appeared in the Divine Hall. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Fifth Hall, Bing Yuan. Apart from Jianchen, no one sensed Bing Yuan's arrival, nor did they know when he had entered the Divine Hall. When everyone discovered Bing Yuan's existence, he stood there leisurely as if he had already been there for a very long time. Bing Yuan did not pay any attention to the many geniuses gathered here. From the moment he appeared in the Pantheon Palace, his gaze was fixed on Lei Jun from the Heavenly Thunder tribe. He ignored everyone else. It was as if the cultivators in the 100 Saints city were not worth mentioning in his eyes. If it were not for the fact that he had to complete the Hall Master's mission, he would not even want to come into contact with them. What our Fifth Hall needs are heavenly resources or pills that have reached the God tier and can heal the soul. Has the item that your Heavenly Thunder clan has brought really met our requirements? Bing Yuan locked onto Lei Jun and slowly released the pressure of his primordial realm, crushing down on Lei Jun like a mountain. Although his words sounded like a reminder, they were also a warning. He wanted everyone to understand that if they were unable to take out anything, then it would be fine. However, once they took out something, they would have to meet the requirements of the fifth hall. If they were unable to meet the requirements, then the fifth hall would no longer be a target for them to toy with. Lei Jun felt a sense of suffocation. He could not breathe normally, and his face turned pale. He was only an early divine king, and he had only broken through recently. Now that he faced the pressure of a primordial realm expert, he immediately found it extremely difficult. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master. This item from our Heavenly Thunder clan will definitely not disappoint you, Lei Jun said with great difficulty. Oh, then I shall wait and see. I hope you won't disappoint me. Bing Yuan slowly retracted his pressure, his eyes filled with anticipation. At that moment, none of the heaven's prides in the Pantheon Divine Palace spoke a word. All of their gazes were focused on Lei Jun, each with their own thoughts. For a moment, Lei Jun had become the center of attention. Under everyone's gazes, Lei Jun could not help but show a sliver of complacency. Afterwards, he took out a jade box that was a meter long from his space ring steadily. As soon as the jade box appeared, over 100 senses of the soul immediately surrounded it. As the jade box did not contain any formations that could block the senses of the soul easily penetrated it. However, when the owners of the senses of the soul saw what was inside, all of them were stunned. Afterwards, confusion filled their faces. The Fifth Hall's Vice Hall Master Bing Yuan also released his divine sense and saw the item placed in the jade box clearly. He was stunned at first, then his face instantly turned ashen. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, Lei Jun's voice sounded in time. Vice Hall Master, please calm down. What you see now is not the finished item. Please wait a moment and witness an incredible miracle. A gleam of light immediately flashed through Bing Yuan's eyes when he heard that. A sliver of doubt appeared in his eyes, and he remained silent as he stood to one side. Everyone in the Pantheon Divine Palace, including Jianchen, became curious. This was because they already knew that the jade box Lei Jun had taken out did not contain a god-tier heavenly resource. Instead, it was a heavenly resource that was only at the 9th grade of the truth tier. If it was in the outside world, it could be nurtured to god tier, but that would require an extremely long period of time. It could take as long as 10,000 years or even longer. However, in the Dark Star world, it was not suitable to grow heavenly resources from the Saints' world due to the limited environment. Moreover, even if it could be nurtured, would the Fifth Hall have to wait so long? Does the Heavenly Thunder Clan have a method to make this heavenly resource reach God tier in an extremely short amount of time? Jianchen was very doubtful as well. As a primordial realm expert, he was knowledgeable, so he understood the difficulties involved. In the Saints' world that produced experts, it was indeed possible for great experts to accomplish some heaven-defying feats regardless of the cost. However, this was the Dark Star world that was heavily restricted. What could be done in the Saints' world might not necessarily be possible in the Dark Star world. At this time, Lei Jun opened the jade box and took out a small tree that was not even 1 meter tall. On the small tree there was a red fruit that was only the size of a cherry. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was dazzling. It looked like a gem. The scarlet blood-colored glass fruit is indeed a natural treasure that can heal the primordial spirit. However, Lei Jun, I'm very curious. If you can transform a 9th grade truth-ranked scarlet blood-colored glass fruit into a divine grade, said Ping Yisheng of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. From the looks of it, it's basically impossible for the scarlet glazed fruit to reach God tier without several 100,000 years, said the leader of the Heaven sect. Lei Jun revealed a meaningful smile. He did not reply. Instead, he took out a wooden box from his space ring and carefully placed it on the table. First, he was extremely respectful as he knelt towards the wooden box devoutly. Only then did he respectfully open the wooden box and take out 3 fist-sized pieces of white jade from within. He placed the 3 pieces of white jade around the scarlet glazed fruit before taking out some blood-red soil from his space ring. He sprinkled the soil on the 3 pieces of white jade. God blood soil. As soon as the blood-red soil appeared, a series of exclamations rang out in the temple of the gods. Everyone looked at the divine blood soil with a burning gaze. The Tianhe clan was not the only clan that needed god blood soil. Many peak clans in the Saints' world were in desperate need of it as well. This was because once god blood soil was added to pills that required vital energy, the pills would undergo a qualitative change. Chapter 2859. However, although soil of divine blood could be produced in the Dark Star world, it was clearly extremely rare. Whenever it appeared, the peak organizations in the 100 Saints city would engage in an intense bidding war for it, or they would reach an agreement with the other organizations in the 100 Saints city to split the soil of divine blood equally. As a result, it naturally became difficult to obtain soil of divine blood. As a result, a few prodigies coveted Lei Jun's soil of divine blood. However, even more people focused their gazes on the 3 white jade stones. These jade stones looked extremely ordinary to anyone. There was nothing special about them. In fact, they did not even have the slightest bit of energy. However, Lei Jun sprinkled such a precious item like the soil of divine blood on these 3 jade stones. This involuntarily aroused everyone's curiosity. The vice leader of the 5th Hall, Bing Yuan, stared at the 3 jades as well. A smear of doubt appeared on his face. This was because even with his cultivation as an infinite prime, he failed to see through the mysteries of the 3 jades. Only Jianshan sensed it in the universal divine hall. Not only had his soul exceeded the first heavenly layer of infinite prime Bing Yuan's, but it had also undergone a mutation, so it was different from before. As a result, he could clearly sense that something was hidden in the 3 white jade. He frowned slightly as he pondered deeply. Only after some serious analysis did he finally frown slightly. There seemed to be 3 invisible seeds hidden in the white jades that ordinary people cannot sense. These seeds are related to the laws of time. They seem to be seeds of the laws of time. Even with Jian Chen's breadth of knowledge, he was amazed when he arrived at this conclusion. He had no idea how to turn laws into a seed, nor did he know whether the seed was formed naturally or through someone's great ability. However, just its existence alone was a miracle. Most importantly, the seeds of the laws of time did not possess any energy, and the laws of time within them were only equivalent to an early divine king at most. As a result, they were not god-tier items. As a result, they could break through the restrictions of the tunnel between the 2 worlds and enter the Dark Star world. At this moment, something happened to the 3 pieces of white jade. The god's blood soil that Lei Jun had sprinkled on them suddenly shone with a blood-red light. Immediately, extremely pure vital energy radiated out. It was vast and tremendous, and just the pure vital energy alone was enough to force the surrounding geniuses to back away uncontrollably. Jian Chen's face changed slightly as well. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of his soul, but he could sense even more from the vital energy. It was an emotion that was filled with reluctance, resentment, fury, and vengeance. It felt as if the vital energy had a spirit of its own. It had already produced its own emotions. However, Jianshan knew that the emotions within the vital energy were left behind by the owner of the vital energy in the past. However, the owner of the vital energy was just too powerful, too terrifying. He possessed the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous. Even though he had already died, his blood had still been tainted with his will. Even after countless years, his will had not dispersed. At this moment, a portion of the vital energy within the soil of divine blood rapidly fused with the three jade. In the end, they were all absorbed by the jade. Perhaps it should be said that the seeds within the jades were absorbing the mysterious energy within the vital energy. The mysterious energy was like a great supplement to the time seeds within the jade. After absorbing the energy, the three time seeds actually began to grow at an astonishing rate. As they grew, the power of the laws of time could no longer be concealed. After the mysterious power was absorbed by the seed of time, the power of chi and blood that seeped out of the soil of God's blood seemed to have lost its backbone. It could no longer maintain its condensed state and dissipated into the void, blending into the world. Time passed silently. In less than 5 minutes, the vital energy within the soil of divine blood had completely dispersed. The soil of divine blood that all the large organizations coveted had been reduced to a pile of ordinary dirt before everyone. The time seeds within the three jades seemed to have received enough nourishment as well, allowing them to completely grow. The sliver of power from the laws of time that they had inadvertently leaked seemed to change the flow of time around the jades, causing the space there to become rather hazy. Bang! Suddenly, the three jades exploded without any prior signs. Immediately, the three time seeds hidden within the jades were no longer restrained. All the power of the laws of time erupted like wild horses, forming a whirlpool of time that was a meter wide. The scarlet glass fruit on the side was wrapped up by the whirlpool of time as well. The flow of time within the whirlpool of time had reached an extremely shocking level. The scarlet glass fruit within the whirlpool of time changed at a visible rate. The fruit that was only the size of a cherry grew larger, and its color became brighter and brighter as well. The scarlet glass fruit was growing at an unbelievable rate. It was evolving from a 9th grade truth tier heavenly resource to a god tier heavenly resource. All the prodigies in the pantheon became dumbfounded. Even Bing Yuan, who was a primordial realm expert, was stunned by this sight. Although he was a primordial realm expert, in terms of knowledge, Bing Yuan was not even as knowledgeable as the divine king in the pantheon. This was because Bing Yuan was from the Darkstar world. He was the strongest person he had come into contact with in his life. Even the Darkstar Emperor, who was a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. Chaotic primes were only a legend among the Darkstar race. They could only learn a little about them from ancient records or from cultivators in the outside world. Let alone chaotic primes, many of the god kings in the pantheon could even come into contact with grand primes, who were one level higher. Therefore, in terms of knowledge, the sky prides in the pantheon palace were naturally more knowledgeable. However, even these geniuses, who were used to seeing the means of the strong, were stunned by the scene in front of them, not to mention Bing Yuan, who grew up in a remote village and had never seen the colorful outside world. Not long after, the time vortex dissipated due to the exhaustion of the time force. It was unknown how long the scarlet-colored glass fruit had spent in the time vortex, but when it reappeared in front of everyone, it was already emitting a strong fragrance. Just a single whiff of the fragrance was enough to make people feel refreshed, as if their souls had been purified. The scarlet glass fruit had truly evolved from a 9th grade truth tier heavenly resource to a god tier heavenly resource. Looking at the crimson glazed fruit and sensing the genuine fluctuation of a divine level heavenly treasure, the sky prides in the pantheon's palace were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their faces were filled with disbelief and confusion. I never thought that a god-tier heavenly resource could grow faster like this. This is truly breathtaking. Truly breathtaking. Time acceleration interferes with the laws of the world. Not only does a heavenly resource need time and energy to evolve to god tier, but it also needs to be baptized by the laws of the world. As a result, many peak experts in the Saints' world have already rejected the idea of using time acceleration to nurture god-tier heavenly resources because it's impossible. The scarlet glass fruit's success is truly a miracle. The scarlet glass fruit's success definitely isn't due to the laws of time. The godblood soil must be the most important thing. Chapter 2860. Perhaps he had seen through the thoughts of these people. The corners of Lei Jun's mouth involuntarily revealed a cold smile. Using a somewhat mocking tone, he said, "I advise everyone not to think too much. This is because today's example of using such a method to nurture a god-tier natural treasure is likely to be the only example up till now. Such an unbelievable method is simply impossible to replicate. Moreover, even if a peak expert who is skilled in the laws of time can replicate it, the cost and benefits will be completely disproportionate because the soil of divine blood is as precious as several dozen stalks or even more heavenly resources. At the same time, the soil of divine blood is a rare item that is priceless in the saints' world. Let me ask you, which big family would be willing to cultivate a divine-level heavenly material of heaven and earth with soil of divine blood, which is worth at least dozens of divine-level heavenly material of heaven and earth?" After hearing Lei Jun's explanation, the light in the eyes of the prodigies gathered in the Pantheon Hall dimmed. They were keenly aware of the value of God's blood soil. It was an important material for refining high-grade divine pills. Some high-grade gods would add God's blood soil to their pills. Not only would it increase the quality of the divine pills, but it would also increase the medicinal efficacy by several fold. It was far more valuable than several dozen god-tier heavenly and earthly treasures. Using such a precious item to nurture a divine-level natural treasure was indeed not worth it. Only when faced with the current situation of the Dark Star realm would one disregard the price and disregard the cost to use such a precious item like the divine blood soil on a mere truth-level natural treasure. Although this method of nurturing is not worth it, it's the only method that can satisfy the fifth hall's requirements in the Dark Star world, many people thought to themselves. They immediately began to record the entire process of how the blood-glazed fruit had turned into a god-tier heavenly resource. They planned on informing their clans in the outside world so that they could think of a solution. Lei Jun could obviously tell what these people were thinking, but he remained fearless. He was not worried that his method of nurturing the blood-glazed fruit would be copied. If it were in the saints' world, a few peak organizations would be able to do it easily. However, in the Dark Star world, only his Heavenly Thunder clan could do it under the various restrictions. To be more precise, it was the power behind the Heavenly Thunder clan. Lei Jun waved his hand, and the scarlet blood glass fruit that had just completed its god-level transformation flew into his hand. He casually held the scarlet blood glass fruit with one hand, his expression filled with unconcealable pride and arrogance. He then smiled at Bing Yuan and said, "Respected Vice Palace Master, I wonder if the fifth palace is satisfied with this god-level scarlet blood glass fruit?" Bing Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Personally witnessing the scarlet glazed fruit go from the truth tier to the god tier was basically a miracle to him. However, he also understood that such an unbelievable method could only be used in the saints' world with so many experts. As for his Darkstar race, he did not know if they would ever be able to break free. That's right. It is indeed of the divine tier. Furthermore, it is a heavenly resource that can heal the soul. However, as for whether it is satisfactory, it will have to be personally appraised by the Hall Master, said Bing Yuan. If that's the case, Lei Jun will give the scarlet glazed fruit to Vice Hall Master Bing Yuan. I hope Vice Hall Master Bing Yuan can pass it to the esteemed Fifth Hall Master for appraisal. Lei Jun was delighted. When he passed the scarlet glazed fruit to Bing Yuan, he continued, "In the Dark Star race, there's no need for such a heavenly resource. Across the entire Saints world, only our Heavenly Thunder clan can nurture God-tier heavenly resources like this. In order to provide the Fifth Hall with this God-tier heavenly resource, our clan has expended a lot of effort because the value of the 3 jade stones with the laws of time has exceeded our expectations. We know how valuable this item is. Don't worry. Before the Hall Master appraises the fruit, our fifth Hall will continue to protect you until the Hall Master personally gives the order, Bing Yuan said solemnly. Now that the Hall Master of the fifth Hall had yet to return, even if the Heavenly Thunder Clan took out a God-tier heavenly resource, he did not dare to make the decision on his own. This was because he did not know whether the heavenly resource would be of any use to the Hall Master's soul or not. Our Jade Pill sect will also refine a pill that meets the fifth Hall's requirements, but the pill is still being refined right now. It'll probably take a few days for it to arrive. Once the pill arrives, our Jade Pill sect will immediately notify the Vice Hall Master. At this moment, a person from the Jade Pill sect spoke as well. He was extremely confident as well. He already knew that the ancestor of the Jade Pill sect would personally refine the pill this time. Since the ancestor had stepped forward, there was definitely no chance of failure. Good. 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 Bing Yuan was overjoyed and constantly nodded. He was already surprised that he had obtained a God-tier heavenly resource, the Scarlet Blood Glass Fruit. If he could obtain a God-tier pill as well, it would definitely be of great help to the Hall Master's recovery. Vice Hall Master, you've seen it too. Only the Heavenly Thunder Clan and the Jade Pill sect can offer God-tier heavenly resources and pills. However, there are so many of us who can't offer the same things. Once we fail to obtain the protection of your fifth Hall, we'll definitely be chased out of the Dark Star World by the seventh Hall. I hope the Vice Hall Master can put in a good word for us before the Hall Master and give us a chance to remain in the Dark Star World. We're willing to make up for it through other method. At this moment, He Qianqian suddenly stood up. She seemed to be pleading as she clasped her fist towards Bing Yuan with her head lowered slightly. She said rather submissively. At that moment, she seemed to have completely forgotten that she represented the Tianhe clan. She was willing to lower her noble head to an infinite prime who was only a slightly larger ant in the eyes of the Tianhe clan in exchange for the hope of remaining in the Dark Star World. This was because some of the resources in the Dark Star World were just too important to the Tianhe clan. If they lost their foundation here, the entire clan would suffer heavy losses. Jianshen, who stood behind He Qianqian, immediately showed mixed feelings when he saw how He Qianqian was about to become submissive. In the end, he could only sigh inside and say nothing. This was because he had come into contact with Bing Yuan before. Even though his disguise was flawless, he did not want to attract Bing Yuan's attention. As a result, ever since Bing Yuan entered the Pantheon Hall, Jianshen became even more discreet. Miss Qian is right. Although we can't offer God-tier heavenly resources or pills, we can help the fifth hall in other ways, such as hunting some life-devouring beasts. I also know that there are many organizations that work for the fifth hall in the Dark Star World, but in terms of strength, those organizations don't even have the right to carry our shoes. I heard that the Dark Star race has been purchasing the corpses of life-devouring beasts recently. They've even gone as far as to offer several times the usual price. They've even offered a huge bounty for Divine King Realm life-devouring beasts. If we're talking about who's most capable of killing God King life-devouring beasts in the current Dark Star race, it would be our 100 Saints City aside from Guqi, who's currently dead after causing havoc in Dark Knight City. With that, several other prodigies immediately spoke up. They shared the same thoughts as He Qianqian. They were unwilling to rely on the Jade Pill sect and Heavenly Thunder Clan, nor were they willing to give up on the plentiful resources of the Dark Star World. As a result, they could only take a step back and look for other ways to obtain the protection of the Fifth Hall. Bing Yuan also became hesitant when he heard what they said. The day of the great ritual of the Dark Star race was drawing closer and closer. The ritual required a large number of life-devouring beasts, including Divine King Realm life-devouring beasts. However, the Dark Star race had always obtained pitifully few high-class life-devouring beasts. They had only obtained a handful of low-class life-devouring beasts, but they had purchased a large pile of low-class life-devouring beasts. As a result, it was exactly as these people had said. The cultivators of the outside world, who worked for the various halls, were much weaker than the 100 Saints city. It was more than enough for them to kill over-God-level life-devouring beasts, but obtaining Divine King-level life-devouring beasts would be extremely difficult. If the people of the 100 Saints city were to hunt Divine King-level life-devouring beasts, it would not be a bad idea. Chapter 2861. As soon as Bing Yuan's words came out, the forces in the Temple of Gods that couldn't take out divine tier medicinal pellets and heavenly treasures were overjoyed. At this moment, their mood was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped a life-saving straw when they were about to drown, giving them hope to live again. This naturally made their mood extremely excited. Hunting Divine King realm life-sucking beasts was a life and death trial for the other cultivators from the outside world. The slightest carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the entire army. But for the forces in the 100 Saints city, it wasn't an impossible task. Because they all had the experience of crossing the two-world mountain, they had dealt with the life-sucking beasts many times. It could be said that they had accumulated a lot of valuable experience. In addition, they had a lot of Divine King realm life-sucking beasts under their command. If the arrangement was right, it wasn't impossible to hunt down the Divine King realm life-sucking beasts. It was even much easier than crossing the two-world mountain. Because they had crossed the two-world mountain, they were completely passive in battle. Every battle seemed extremely rushed and there was no way to retreat. But now they were taking the initiative to attack. With the Dark Star realm behind them, they could attack or retreat. Moreover, they had more time to make a series of arrangements. Naturally, it was much easier to hunt. Compared to their excitement, the faces of the people from the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan were as ugly as they could be. They had already reached an agreement before. They were prepared to use this opportunity to restructure the structure of the 100 Saints city and reap the greatest benefit. In the end, Bing Yuan's simple words shattered their dreams. While the two forces were unwilling to accept this, they also developed some resentment towards Bing Yuan. Damn it! How can this be? Our Heavenly Thunder clan has paid so much to cultivate the scarlet glazed fruit and satisfied the requirements of the fifth hall. But these people only need to kill some Divine King realm life-sucking beasts to obtain the protection of the fifth hall. This is not fair. This is not fair. Lei Jun was furious, but he did not dare show it. After all, this was the territory of the Dark Star. No matter how powerful the celestial thunder was, they could not do anything to the Dark Star people. Deputy Temple Master, although the value of the Divine King realm life-sucking beast is not small, compared to the divine pills and god-tier heavenly treasures of heaven and earth provided by the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan, it's like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. If the other forces only need to provide the corpse of the Divine King realm life-sucking beast and receive the same rewards as the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan, that would be too unfair to the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan. The Sky Pride of the Jade Pill sect stood up and said indignantly. This time, in order to provide the pills that the fifth hall needed, the Jade Pill sect's old ancestor had personally come out of his seclusion and created the pill formula himself. The price they paid was not something that killing some Divine King realm life-sucking beasts could compare to. You can rest assured that the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan provided the Temple Master with what he needs, so you naturally deserve the most credit. If the Temple Master is satisfied with your pills and heavenly treasures of heaven and earth, the fifth hall will reward you according to your merits. When the time comes, you will benefit greatly. As for them, Bing Yuan looked around and said indifferently, I'm only saying that they provided the Divine King realm life-sucking beast, and I can speak up for them in front of the Temple Master. As for whether they can get the Temple Master's approval in the end, I can't guarantee it. With that, the Heavenly Thunder clan and the Jade Pill sect relaxed slightly. However, the other organizations in the Pantheon Divine Hall became rather unsettled after their initial excitement. They were afraid that they would end up with nothing after paying such a great price to kill the divine king realm life-sucking beast. However, they also understood that if they followed Bing Yuan's words and handed the life-sucking beast over to the Fifth Hall, they would at least have a chance of obtaining the Fifth Hall's protection. Otherwise, they would not have any chance at all. The final outcome would be to submit to the Jade Pill sect and the Heavenly Thunder clan, or completely give up on what they had established here. Vice Leader Bing Yuan did not stay in the Hundred Saints City for long. Very soon, he returned to the Fifth Hall with the God-tier scarlet blood-glazed fruit. With his departure, the various organizations gathered in the Pantheon Divine Hall naturally dispersed as well. They returned to their own territories and immediately did two things. The first thing was to record the process of the scarlet blood-glazed fruit reaching God tier in detail. Then, they sent people to report it to their clans in the Saints' world. The second thing was to gather a large number of Divine King Realm Deathworn in the Divine Hall. In the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, 300 to 400 Divine King Deathsworn had already gathered. They were lined up neatly in a square, standing before He Qianqian respectfully. The Heavenly Crane clan had brought close to 1,000 Divine King Realm Deathsworn into the Dark Star world. Some had died in battle when they crossed the Two-World Mountain, so around 700 to 800 of them remained. The Deathsworn gathered in the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall had already made up half of them. He Qianqian sat on the throne sternly. She radiated with an icy cold presence, causing the entire hall to seem like an icy cavern. It was extremely cold. She glanced past the several hundred Divine King Realm Deathworn before landing on the white-clothed Jianchen indifferently in the end. She said with what she believed to be a very dignified voice, "Yang Yutian, you are a member of our Heavenly Crane clan in the Dark Star world. The matters of the Heavenly Crane clan are your matters. Protecting the interests of the Heavenly Crane clan is your duty. Now that the Heavenly Crane clan needs you, are you willing to fight for the Heavenly Crane clan?" Jianchen lightly smiled, clasped his fist and said, "Of course I am duty-bound. The clan needs you to go to the Two-World Mountain to hunt down the Divine King Realm Life-devouring beast. I have dispatched half of the Divine King Realm Deathworn in the clan to you. They will listen to your orders. I hope you will not disappoint the clan," said He Qianqian. "But Miss Qian, I have just left the Two-World Mountain not long ago. Why are you in such a rush to have me go back again?" said Jianchen with a bitter smile. He Qianqian revealed a helpless expression. She said, "Right now, it has already reached the critical juncture of whether or not our Heavenly Crane clan can continue to establish itself in the Dark Star world. Furthermore, you are the strongest in our Heavenly Crane clan. I have no other choice. But don't worry. After we leave, I will definitely personally report the sacrifice you have made for our Heavenly Crane clan. I will strive for even more rewards for you. All right. I can go hunt down the Divine King Realm Life-devouring beast. However, I do not need these Deathsworn. Their battle prowess is not essential to me. Moreover, I have grasped the laws of space. It will be easier for me to travel alone. It will be inconvenient to bring them along," said Jianchen. He Qianqian nodded. She said, "Since that's the case, I will not assign these people to you. However, you must be extra careful when you travel alone. The threat you will face is definitely not as simple as the life-devouring beast in the Two-World Mountain. At the same time, you must be careful of the Darkstar race. If the Darkstar race were to know of your strength and talent, according to their usual practice, they will definitely not let you off. In addition, there is also Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Zhao Wenbin, Kong Feiying and Gong Rui's. You must also be extra careful." Chapter 2862. Jianchen smiled mysteriously. He said without any care, "If I were that easy to kill, I would have died in the depths of Two-World Mountain long ago. How could I have survived until now? Don't worry, Miss Qian. I don't take Chu Jie and the others seriously at all." He Qianqian glanced at Jianchen and said, "I know you're very powerful, so I'm just warning you so that you can be prepared. Otherwise, you'll be caught off guard when the time comes. Afterwards, He Qianqian explained the details to Jianchen seriously. She did not care whether Jianchen knew about it or not. She explained everything she knew about Two World Mountain to Jianchen, as well as everything he needed to pay attention to. She gave Jianchen more information about Two World Mountain from all angles. Although Jianchen was a powerful primordial realm expert and could move about freely in Two World Mountain, he still benefited greatly from He Qianqian's explanation. He learnt many secrets that he had never learnt before. After all, the 100 Saints City had been operating in the Dark Star Realm for tens of thousands of years. The number of times they had entered the Two World Mountain was much more than the number of times the Dark Star race had. Thus, their knowledge of the Two World Mountain surpassed even the Dark Star race in certain aspect. Jian Chen left the 100 Saints City all by himself. He did not try to hide himself at all, flying towards the Two World Mountain in broad daylight. He Qianqian split the several hundred Divine King, level Deathworn, gathered in the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall into several groups and sent them to the depths of Two World Mountain. She could not rely on Jianchen alone to hunt down the life-devouring beasts, as she knew that a single or two Divine King, level life-devouring beasts would not be of much use. Only when there were so many of them that even the Fifth Hall could not ignore them would they have a chance at obtaining the Fifth Hall's protection. Therefore, in order to hunt more Divine King realm life-devouring beasts, she had to dispatch as many people as possible to the Two World Mountain. In 100 Saints City, He Qianqian wasn't the only one who made a move. Many top clans also sent out a large number of Divine King realm death warriors to leave 100 Saints City. Even Jin Hong was no exception. Although Jin Hong had already received the Ancestor's message, telling him that he could abandon the foundation of the Dark Star race at any time, that was a choice made when there was no hope left. Now that a ray of hope had appeared, he naturally had to grasp it. At this moment, Jin Hong was standing at the entrance of the Ashwolf clan's shrine. He gazed at the direction of the 100 Saints City and couldn't help but frown. He Qianqian really sent Yang Yutian to Dual World Mountain. Doesn't Yang Yutian know that those who have a grudge with him have been watching him? He didn't even try to hide when he left the city. Men! Jin Hong suddenly shouted in a low voice. Young master! Immediately, 2 overgods of the Ashwolf clan appeared. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be in charge. Immediately send people to watch the Chu clan, Gong clan, Zhao clan, Sangqiong clan, and Jade sect. If they do anything, inform me immediately, said Jin Hong. Yes, young master. At the same time, in the shrine of the Chu clan, Gong clan, Zhao clan, Sangqiong clan, and Jade sect, many Divine King realm death warriors were gathered. Chu Jie, Gong Rui's, Zhao Wenbin, Kong Feiying, and Zhou Ji were sitting in the main seats, making a series of arrangements. After a while, the 5 of them had disguised themselves as Divine King realm death warriors. Not only were their appearances changed, but their auras were also changed with the help of special items. Although their disguise looked a little crude and could be easily seen through in close contact, it could deceive the judgment of divine sense to a certain extent. When they disguised themselves as Divine King Realm Death Warriors, the Divine King Realm Death Warrior they replaced used the same method to exchange their identities. Remember, before this young master returns, you must not step out of this hall, and you must not activate the formation in the hall. Even if you speak, you must completely imitate my voice, understand? After completing the exchange of identities, the 5 of them sternly said to the Divine King Realm Death Warrior who disguised themselves as them. Yes, young master. The Divine King Realm Death Warriors responded. Soon after, Chu Jie, Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, and Zhou Ji, who had changed their appearances, blended into the group of Divine King Realm Death Warriors and set off from their respective temples, flying out of the 100 Saints City. When the 5 of them had just set off, Jin Hong and He Qianqian's divine sense spread over and enveloped all the Divine King Realm Death Warriors. After circling around for a short while, they seemed to have not discovered any abnormalities and withdrew their divine sense. Although the decision-makers of the major forces in the 100 Saints city had all reached a consensus not to leave the city because of the situation in the Dark Star realm, to prevent the people of the 7th Divine Palace from playing tricks on them in the wilderness, He Qianqian and Jin Hong were obviously worried that they would take risks out of desperation. Therefore, they were constantly paying attention to the movements of Chu Jie and the other 4. Chu family, Gong family, Zhao family, Firmament family, and Jade sect have all sent out a small half of the Divine King Realm Death Warriors, which is completely suitable for hunting the life-sucking beast. However, even if these Death Warriors want to harm Yang Yutian, they shouldn't be able to catch up to Yang Yutian's speed. Yang Yutian, I can only help you keep an eye on Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Zhao Wenbin, Gong Rui's, and Kong Feiying. As long as the 5 of them aren't present, the Divine King Realm Death Warriors won't be able to form a formation. Without a primordial realm formation, they shouldn't be able to threaten you. The white-clothed He Qianqian stood on the roof of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall as she stared in the direction of the city gates and murmured softly, "Young Master, we've just received news that Chu Jie, Gong Rui's, and the others are all in the Divine Hall." On the other side, Jin Hong had also received news from his scouts and immediately became much more relieved. After dismissing the attendants, he sat down on the throne and sank into his thoughts. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene of the bloodline power in his body rioting uncontrollably every time he got close to Yang Yutian, as well as the feeling of extreme desire that was faintly transmitted. What on earth is in Yang Yutian's body? Or am I wrong, and the reason for my bloodline's agitation is not an item, but his bloodline, which is also special and closely related to our Ashwolf clan? Should I find an opportunity to ask him after he returns? Jin Hong thought. He had kept this matter to himself for far too long. However, he was worried that it would affect his relationship with Yang Yutian, which was why he never asked. Jianshan flew 1,000 meters in the air outside the 100 Saints city. He made his way towards the Two-World Mountain at a steady pace. However, he did not travel in a straight line. Instead, he took a slight detour to avoid the shortest path with people. However, there was a vague smile on his face the entire time. Mockery would flicker through his eyes from time to time. At this moment, the space around Jianshan suddenly became blurry. At the same time, the flow of time in the blurry space underwent an overwhelming change. The flow of time had actually sped up by several dozen times. Jianshan could clearly sense that the space around him seemed to have been forcefully changed into a miniature world that was different from the Dark Star race. Not only was it an independent space, but it also possessed the laws of time that belonged to it. Are these the laws of space and the laws of time? I never thought I'd come across a genius who grasps both the laws of space and time in the Dark Star race. Even in the Saints' world, a person like that is as rare as a phoenix feather. Jian Chen stopped. He hovered in the air with his arms crossed as he talked leisurely. At the same time, he carefully sensed the changes in the space around him with a sliver of interest. Chapter 2863. There were many people who had comprehended the laws of space in the Saints' world, and there were many who had comprehended the laws of time as well. However, basically all of them had only grasped one of the two laws. Cultivators who could comprehend both the laws of space and the laws of time were extremely rare in the Saints' world. They were so rare that they could be described as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. This was because the laws of space and the laws of time were connected to each other to a certain extent. Once someone grasped both laws, the difficulty of comprehending them would multiply, or even increase by several dozen times or even 100 times. However, the cultivator who Jianchen had encountered, who had grasped both the laws of time and the laws of space, had already reached the Divine King. If it were a Darkstar cultivator, Jianchen would not have been surprised because Darkstar cultivators had plenty of time to slowly increase their strength. However, the person who used the laws of space and time was a cultivator from the Saint's world. What did that mean? It meant that he was not even 1,000 years old, or he would not have been able to enter the Darkstar world. In just a short 1,000 years, he had comprehended both the laws of space and the laws of time to the Divine King. The difficulty he had gone through to achieve this was nowhere near as difficult as comprehending other laws. His talent could be described as unprecedented. He's clearly an early Divine King, but the domain he's created is so tough that even mid-Divine King experts will struggle to break through it. The combination of the laws of space and the laws of time really is powerful. Jianchen praised from the bottom of his heart. According to his observations, the domain could trap most late Divine King experts. This was an unbelievable matter. Sir, you have a good eye. You've already seen through the toughness of my world of heaven and earth without even testing it out. However, you've still underestimated my world of heaven and earth. More accurately, late Divine King experts will struggle to break through my world of heaven and earth. As for mid-Divine King experts, no one can break through it unless they possess the talent of a supreme Divine King. A gentle voice rang out. 100 meters in front of Jianchen, a white-robed young man appeared out of nowhere. He did not seem old, only around 18 or 19. He had delicate features and seemed like an inexperienced youth. His body exuded a peaceful aura that seemed to be able to purify nature, allowing his aura to integrate well into the surrounding world. Even his body seemed to be constantly integrated with the surrounding world, truly reaching the realm of being one with the world. World of heaven and earth? You call this domain the world of heaven and earth? Jianchen asked. However, he also knew that it was reasonable to call this domain that had been changed by the laws of space and time a world. This was because the space had already become independent, as if it had truly become a miniature world. The flow of time here was completely different from the dark star realm. That's right. In my eyes, time is heaven and space is earth. The combination of time and space is a world. As a result, I call this world the world of heaven and earth, said the young man calmly. He stood with his hands behind his back, hovering 1,000 meters in the air like Jianchen. He did not attack. Did the Chu family, Gong family, Zhao family, Tsangchung family, and Jade sect send you to deal with me? Are you so confident that you can trap me here with your world of heaven and earth? Jianchen looked at the young man before him as his gaze gradually sharpened. The young man did not deny it. He nodded gently and said, Yang Yutian, I've already heard about your extraordinary battle prowess. You've almost caught up to the young master of the Ashen Wolf clan who obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy. Although my world of heaven and earth can't trap you for long, it shouldn't be a problem for a while. Nothing good will come out of becoming my enemy. Have you thought about the consequences of becoming my enemy? For someone like you to comprehend the laws of space and the laws of time to the Divine King at such a young age, you can be regarded as a supreme prodigy in the entire Saints world. It would be quite a pity if you died. If you leave right now, I can let bygones be bygones, Jianchen said coldly. Apologies. I was only asked to do so. Since I've already made a promise, I need to do it. The young man smiled mysteriously when he reached there. He stared at Jianchen like he was looking at a dead man and said, Moreover, even if you really can defeat me, you won't have the chance because if nothing unexpected happens, you probably won't be able to leave today. World of heaven and earth, open. The young man suddenly spread his arms wide. His entire body became a character. The laws of time and space revolved around him, fusing together and interfering with the surrounding space. As a result, a new miniature world formed around him. The miniature world expanded violently with his bellow, forcefully expanding by several times at that moment. As the miniature world expanded, more and more space was sucked into it. The people who originally stood on the boundary of the miniature world were naturally enveloped by the miniature world as well. These people were divided into 5 groups. There were close to 4,000 people in total, and every single one of them radiated with the presence of the Divine King. The 5 groups were the Divine King's men of sacrifice from the Chu family, Gong family, Zhao family, Songqiong clan, and Yuqiong sect. They were led by Chu Jie, Zhao Wenbin, Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, and Zhou Ji. The 5 of them immediately glared at Jianchen with hatred when they saw him, especially Chu Jie. Not only was his eyes filled with killing intent, but they were also filled with extreme hatred. His face had already twisted, making him seem abnormally vicious. Ha 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 ha, Yang Yutian, we've finally caught you. Weren't you quite arrogant in Two World Mountain back then? Why are you so terrified now? Are you afraid? Chu Jie laughed heartily as he stood among the Divine King's men of sacrifice. It was as if he finally had a chance to wash away the humiliation he had suffered back then. Yang Yutian, you didn't think you'd have a day like this, did you? You dared to offend us. There will only be one next time, and that is death. Yang Yutian, weren't you quite powerful back in Two World Mountain? Today, I'd like to see how many rounds you can last under our formation. Today you won't be able to escape, no one can save you. Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, Zhou Ji, and Zhao Wenbin all sneered as well. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with hatred, as well as extremely deep resentment. This hatred and resentment all came from the humiliation they had suffered back then. The humiliation they had suffered in front of so many people. Back in Two World Mountain, the 5 of them had lost many Divine King's men of sacrifice. Even they had almost died at the hands of Yang Yutian. Now, the 5 of them were full of confidence and victory was in their grasp. They didn't take Yang Yutian seriously at all, because they had already formed a formation outside this small world in advance. Chapter 2864. The young man glanced past the 5 of them indifferently. Even though the 5 of them possessed the battle prowess of the primordial realm with the help of the formation, the young man did not show any fear at all. Instead, there was some slight disdain, as if he looked down on Chu Jie and the others. I've already completed your request. Don't forget your promise, the young man said indifferently. Saint Child Wu Hua, don't worry. We will definitely complete our promise to your 5-point sect. Kong Feiying laughed aloud. That's for the best. The young man called Saint Child Wu Hua nodded in satisfaction. He was just about to disperse his domain. Once Chu Jie and the others took action, they would erupt with the power of the primordial realm. His domain could temporarily stop late Divine King experts, but it was as fragile as paper before the might of a primordial realm expert. However, when Jianchen heard the name 5-point sect, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. He looked at Saint Child Wu Hua and was slightly surprised. He asked, "You're from the 5-point sect on the Star Brilliance plane?" Gong Ruizhi seemed to think of something when he heard Jianchen's question. He suddenly laughed aloud. Ha ha, that's right. Saint Child Wu Hua is from the 5-point sect, one of the 10 great organizations on the Star Brilliance plane. Moreover, his status in the 5-point sect is extraordinary. He's a chosen saint, only second to the sect master. Yang Yutian, don't tell me you're related to the 5-point sect at a time like this? Saint Child Wu Hua said nothing. He hovered in the air as he stared at Jianchen calmly. Jianchen came to a realization. He ignored Gong Ruizhi and looked at Saint Child Wu Hua. No wonder you've comprehended the laws of space and the laws of time to the Divine King at such a young age. So you're from the 5-point sect. The Point Cloud Venerable of the 5-point sect is one of the few people in the saints' world who can comprehend the laws of space and the laws of time to Grand Prime at the same time. It's said that he received the guidance of the Spacetime Elder in the past, so he has extremely great attainments in the laws of space and time. Saint Sun Wuhua's expression changed slightly. You know that my master was taught by Spacetime Elder? This information is not something a rogue cultivator should know. Not to mention a rogue cultivator, even a disciple from a top force would not be able to come in contact with this information before reaching a certain height. Who are you? My teacher? The point cloud supremacy is actually your master? I'm really surprised. Jianchen was rather surprised. He could not help but take a good look at Saint Child Wuhua. He said, the point cloud venerable helped me in the past. Even though his help seemed to have other motives, it must be said that his help back then was extremely useful to me. Since you're the point cloud exalted's disciple, I'll spare you today for the sake of the point cloud exalted. However, while you can avoid death, you cannot escape punishment. With that, Jianchen directly struck out. In a single moment, he shone brightly as powerful sword qi enveloped him in a dazzling white light. Afterwards, it formed a huge strand of sword qi that stabbed toward Saint Sun Wuhua. The strand of sword qi was completely condensed from the laws of the sword. Even though it was only at the level of mid-divine king's laws, the sword intent within it was powerful enough to affect Saint Sun Wuhua's world of the world. Under the impact of the powerful sword intent, the world of the world of the world shook violently. Space twisted violently, and the flow of time was forcefully severed. Saint Sun Wuhua's face changed. He immediately extended a finger towards the space before him and said gently, "The world is different. So close, yet worlds apart." As he extended his finger, the entire world of the world of the world of the world changed dramatically. This independent and incomplete small world seemed to have been divided into two at that moment, isolating himself and Jianchen in two completely different spaces. As a result, the two of them appeared to be less than 100 meters apart. However, under the influence of the space between them, the distance had been stretched infinitely. It could be hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, or even further. If they truly wanted to cross this distance, the amount of time it would take would be even more difficult to calculate. This was because not only did it involve space, but it also involved the interference of time. The combination of the laws of space and the laws of time complemented each other. It is indeed very mysterious. Unfortunately, your level is too low to bind me. Jianchen's voice rang out. The sword qi he controlled suddenly erupted with sword light that seemed to destroy space and sever time. It broke through all the restrictions of the world 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 with unstoppable force and arrived before Saint Sun Wuhua in an instant. At that moment, Saint Sun Wuhua was no longer able to maintain his previous composure. His expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. The power of space around him surged wildly, as if he wanted to forcefully change the space around him and isolate the sword qi. However, the power of the sword qi had far surpassed the laws of space that he could control. Even the power formed by the combination of the laws of space and the laws of time was unable to affect Jianchen's sword qi in the slightest. Boom! With a loud noise, Jianchen's sword qi hit Saint Sun Wuhua mercilessly. It did not pass through Saint Sun Wuhua's body like a sharp object. Instead, under Jianchen's precise control, the sword qi exploded when it approached Saint Sun Wuhua. In the end, it formed a ball of energy light that still carried the sharp aura of the sword qi and sent Saint Sun Wuhua flying. At the same time, the world of the world that Saint Sun Wuhua had used also collapsed and completely collapsed. Saint Sun Wuhua was sent flying far away with a pale face. The gorgeous robe he wore had turned to ashes, revealing a set of close-fitting armor underneath. The armor was a set of supreme divine implements. However, at the moment it was dim and covered with dense engravings. You actually defeated me with one strike. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 1,000 meters away, Holy Sun Wuhua floated in the air in a sorry state. His face was full of disbelief, as if he could not accept it at all. He had already known about Yang Yutian's various achievements in Borderline Mountain. He had a rough estimate of Yang Yutian's strength. He was confident that with the combination of the laws of space and the laws of time, it would not be impossible for him to defeat Yang Yutian, let alone trap Yang Yutian. However, he had never expected that reality would be so cruel and hard to accept. He was actually unable to withstand a single move from Yang Yutian. If it were not for the fact that Yi Futian did not want to kill him, he would probably be dead by now. On the other side, Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, and Zhao Wenbin were shocked by how Jianchen had defeated Saint Sun Wuhua in a single strike. The battle prowess Yang Yutian displayed right now seemed to be much more powerful than when he was in Borderline Mountain. However, they were in a formation now, so they could take on Primordial Realm experts. As a result, even though Yang Yutian's strength had exceeded their expectations, they did not show any fear. At the same time, Jin Hong sat on the throne in the Divine Hall of the Ashwolf clan in 100 Saints City. He did not cultivate. Instead, he paid attention to the movements of the Chu family, Zhou family, Gong family, Sangqiong clan, and Jade sect at all times. He protected Yang Yutian in 100 Saints City to prevent Chu Jie and the other leaders from sneaking out and using the primordial realm formations to deal with Yang Yutian. However, just when Saint Sun Wuhua's world shattered and Jianchen's surging sword qi broke free from the restraints of the world and leaked into the world of the Dark Star world, Jin Hong seemed to sense it. His eyes snapped open, and two shocking streaks of light immediately shot out. With a single movement, he appeared on the roof of the Divine Hall and directly threw a punch at the Divine Hall of the Chu family. Boom! Jin Hong immediately punched a 10-meter-wide hole in the formation of the Divine Hall. Afterwards, Jin Hong immediately sent the senses of his soul in. He discovered the Divine King warrior disguised as Chu Jie in the Divine Hall of the Chu family. Both his presence and appearance were the same as Chu Jie, but warriors were still warriors in the end, let alone the fact that they had ingested 100 tribulations Divine King's pill. They only had 100 years of lifespan left. As a result, Jin Hong saw through the identity of the God King loyalist who played the role of Qing Chujie in a single glance. What a great lie! Jin Hong was furious. His face paled, and he immediately charged out of the 100 Saints City. He did not take a single Divine King warrior with him, hurrying towards the battlefield alone. The world has shattered. The disturbance here will probably reach the 100 Saints City very soon. We don't have much time, so let's do it and end it quickly. On the other side, Chu Jie suddenly bellowed out and launched an attack without any hesitation. The power of several hundred Divine King warriors condensed on him through the formation. He suddenly swung the sword in his hand, and it immediately shone brightly. It produced a 100-meter-long sword qi that slashed towards Jianchen. His strike was at the level of the primordial realm. The tremendous might immediately caused the clouds to churn in the sky as a tremendous pressure permeated the surroundings. It immediately alarmed all the cultivators in a range of several hundred kilometers. The moment Chu Jie struck out, Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Ji, Kong Feiying, and Gong Rui all struck out as well. Chapter 2865. When the five of them struck out, the pale-faced Saint Sun Wuhua hovered in the distance. He stared at Jianchen without blinking at all. He was extremely confident in his strength. Although he was only an early Divine King, the fusion of the laws of space and the laws of time made his battle prowess far greater than others of the same level. After using the World of Worlds, even mid-Divine King experts would not be his opponent. However, he had actually failed to endure a single strike from Jianchen despite being confident in himself. As a result, Jianchen immediately became unfathomable in his eyes. Yang Yutian is just too powerful. I wonder if he can endure the attacks of 5 primordial realm experts, thought Saint Sun Wuhua. A sliver of eagerness appeared in his eyes, as if he wanted to see Yang Yutian's true strength through this battle. On the other side, Jianshan's eyes were filled with almost undetectable mockery when he sensed the 5 powerful attacks from the surroundings. In the eyes of Chu Jie and the others, the attacks of the primordial realm were their greatest trump card against the Darkstar race. However, they were nothing in Jianshan's eyes. With the toughness of his chaotic body, even if he stood there without any defenses, the primordial realm attacks from the formation of the Divine King's Death Warriors would not be able to harm him at all. This was because attacks from First Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes were unable to get through the chaotic body. They would not even be able to leave a scratch on his skin. However, with Saint Sun Wuhua watching from the side, Jianshan naturally could not use his battle prowess at the primordial realm. Just when the attacks were about to arrive, Jianshan stabbed out 5 times with lightning speed with a supreme quality Saint Artifact sword in his hand. Every single strike shone with light, and they moved extremely quickly. In particular, when Jianshan purposefully used the laws of space at the Divine King's level, it seemed like he had only stabbed out once, but 5 streaks of light had appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Jianshan's 5 strands of sword qi collided with the attacks from Chu Jie and the others loudly. With a great rumble, a terrifying storm of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Jianshan's sword qi was forcefully dispersed by the powerful attacks from the 5 primordial realm experts. Chu Jie and the others' attacks weakened slightly after being nullified by the sword qi. Afterwards, they struck Jianshan with the remaining power. Bang! With a loud boom, Jianshan was struck and fell to the ground. His white robe had already turned into ashes, revealing a soft leather armor underneath. The leather armor was also a supreme quality Saint Artifact, but under the attacks of the 5 primordial realm experts, it had become damaged. It was basically useless now. I never thought you would actually have a supreme quality Saint Artifact on you. I've underestimated an independent cultivator like you a little. However, even if you have a supreme quality Saint Artifact, it won't be able to change anything today. It can only last you for a while longer. Yang Yutian, did you never think that a day like this would come? Chu Jie sneered. When the 5 of them attacked Jianshan, they had also used the power of the primordial realm to disturb the space there, causing it to become unstable and making it difficult to use the laws of space. This was to prevent Yang Yutian from using the laws of space to escape. Chu Jie, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? The 100 Saints City will learn about the battle here very soon. Once Jin Hong and the others make it here, it won't be so easy for us to kill Yang Yutian. If we want to kill him, we need to be fast, Gong Rui said coldly. Gong Rui said coldly. The power of the primordial realm gathered around him. He seemed to have fused with the God King loyalists as he used everyone's power to send a strand of sword qi towards Jianshan. Don't worry. With the 5 of us working together, Yang Yutian is dead for sure. Killing him won't take too long. He won't be able to last until reinforcements arrive, Chu Jie laughed out loud. Afterwards, he and the others charged towards Jianshan in an encirclement. All of their eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. They were extremely determined to kill Jianshan. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. Today was the perfect time to kill Chu Jie and the others. However, with Saint Wu Hua watching from the side, it was inconvenient for him to display his true strength, just in case something happened. Saint Wu Hua is the disciple of the Point Cloud Venerable, and the Point Cloud Venerable has assisted me several times in the past. As a result, he obviously can't kill his disciple. However, if he doesn't kill him, he'll be able to see my true strength clearly once I display it. Once the Darkstar race learns of this, it'll be bad for me instead. Even my identity as the 5th Hall Master will be exposed. If I continue to hide my strength, it'll be impossible for me to kill Chu Jie and the others today. Jianshan weighed his options. During this time, he clashed with the 5 of them again. In order to hide his strength properly, he was forced to shatter his supreme quality Saint Artifact to pieces. At the same time, He had to create some wounds on himself to make it seem like he was heavily injured. That was the only way to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it would be far too shocking for a divine king to emerge unscathed from the attacks of 5 primordial realm experts. Only those who had reached the peak of the divine king realm and ranked in the top 10 of the divine king realm could achieve something like that. It looks like I can only imprison Saint Wu Hua and release him when I leave the Darkstar world, thought Jianchun. This was the only feasible method he could think of. However, just when he was about to do that, he suddenly sensed something. The senses of his soul discovered a figure flying over extremely quickly from the direction of the 100 Saints city. He had no idea what secret technique he had used, but he was actually astonishingly fast. With his cultivation as a mid-divine king, he was actually able to erupt with speed that was no slower than a primordial realm expert. He tore through space and crossed 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. Jin Hong has actually come. Jianchun frowned. Jin Hong was the successor of a Grand Exalt. No one knew just how many powerful ancient secret techniques he had inherited, so it was not strange for him to possess such speed. However, with that, his plan to imprison Saint Wu Hua and kill Chu Jie and the others with his battle prowess as a primordial realm expert was no longer feasible. Looks like I can only last a little longer. Jianchun felt helpless inside. Jin Hong's arrival forced him to continue with his act. Blood spurted from his mouth as his presence plummeted. His face was sheet white, as if he was heavily injured and on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, he can't last much longer. He's about to die. Chu Jie laughed viciously as he attacked Jianchun viciously. He was overjoyed when he saw how Yang Yutian, who had been insufferably arrogant in the Two-World Mountain, was powerless before him. The humiliation and grievance he had suppressed all this time seemed to have been vented. Not far away, Saint Sun Wu Hua looked at this scene indifferently. He had no intention of interfering. In his eyes, Yang Yutian's fate had nothing to do with him. Even when Yang Yutian mentioned his master, the Point Cloud Venerable, he showed no intentions of helping. The reason why he had not left was because he wanted to personally witness how long the expert who had defeated him in a single strike could last against the combined attacks of 5 primordial realm experts. Or in other words, he wanted to see how Yang Yutian would die. Sai, a prodigy of a generation, is about to die. Master is right. In the vast saints' world, there has never been a lack of monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying talent. However, 99% of these people will die prematurely. Those who can truly mature and become experts are less than 1 in 100. Saint Child Wu Hua had already changed into a new set of white robes. He stood in the air with his arms crossed as he sighed emotionally. Powerful ripples of energy constantly wreaked havoc on the battlefield as booms constantly rang out. The 5 of them continued to attack Jianchun wildly, and the frequency of their attacks increased. This was because the 5 of them had discovered something strange. Yang Yutian had already become heavily injured from their attacks, becoming covered in blood. His presence of life had become extremely weak, as if he was on the brink of death. However, he just refused to die. Every time they thought Yang Yutian could not last any longer and could easily kill him with a single strike, the 5 of them would attack Yang Yutian again and again. Apart from making him cough up a few mouthfuls of blood and becoming even more heavily injured, he just refused to die. If it was just once, then so be it, but it happened several times in a row. This made the 5 of them rather frustrated. Chapter 2866. God damn it, just how tough is his life? How is he still alive? Chu Jie finally could not help but curse. Yang Yutian's injuries were so severe that just a single glance was enough to make his scalp tingle. Who knew how many times regular cultivators would have died from such injuries already, but Yang Yutian was still alive. God damn it, he's already so injured. I refuse to believe that we can't kill him today. Attack his soul with your full strength, Zhou Ji gritted his teeth. Zhou also made a sound of gnashing his teeth. His eyes were a little red, and he looked like he was about to go crazy. Yang Yutian's flesh is very, very tough. His head is the toughest part of his body. I've struck his head 3 times with my strength as a primordial realm expert, but I still haven't managed to blow up his head. Even if we can't blow up his head, we have to disperse his soul. Everyone attack his head with secret techniques. Immediately, Chu Jie and the others all gritted their teeth and began to use powerful secret technique. This secret technique was personally created by the ancestors of their clans. It was a powerful secret technique that specifically targeted their formations. It could make their attacks even more powerful. They had only used this secret technique twice in the Dark Star world. The first time was during the battle to take back the 100 Saints City. They had used it against the vice leader of the 7th Hall, De Fu. They had forcefully injured De Fu, who was a first heavenly layer infinite prime but possessed the battle prowess of a second heavenly layer infinite prime. The second time was when Jia Di, the 7th Hall Master, personally came to the 100 Saints City. They had used this secret skill to resist Jia Di's attack. Although it could not withstand a single blow from Jia Di, the power of this secret skill was their greatest trump card and the ultimate technique that they were proud of. However, using the secret technique would take an extremely great toll on both them and the Divine King's sacrificial warriors. As a result, they would not use it so easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Immediately, a terrifying pressure on par with peak first heavenly layer infinite primes permeated the surroundings. A blurry figure appeared in their formation, radiating with a chilling pressure. The blurry figure was the ancestor of their clan. They had condensed the figure of a grand prime through a secret technique. Even though it was only at the level of a first heavenly layer infinite prime, it possessed an indescribable presence of ways. Of course, not everyone's secret technique was the same. There were also people who had an illusory sword appear out of thin air within their array formation, emitting a monstrous light. This sword was the clan guarding divine artifact of their clan. It was a superior divine artifact and was held by the strongest patriarch of the clan. There were also people in the array formation. The terrifying energy condensed into a pitch-black finger that emitted a terrifying black light. In short, the secret techniques of the 5 organizations all took different forms. However, they were all at the level of peak first heavenly layer infinite primes, or even close to the level of second heavenly layer infinite primes. In the next moment, their secret techniques all struck towards Jianshan with terrifying might that would make any divine king's expression change. This time, all 5 of them attacked Jianshan's head. Boom! With a boom, Jianshan was blown far away. Powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc, reducing the ground below to a mess. Huge cracks appeared one after another. Chu Jie and the other 4 were slightly out of breath as they stared at Jianshan's head. They wanted to see if the strongest attack from the 5 of them had managed to shatter Jianshan's head. However, their hearts sank slightly very soon, as they discovered that apart from being covered in blood, Jianshan's head was still intact. It had not shattered like they had expected. Even if his head didn't shatter from such a powerful attack, his soul must have been forcefully dispersed, said Gong Ruiz as he stared at Jianshan. This time, Jianshan's body was sent flying several dozen kilometers before landing on the ground. He laid there without moving. However, under the nervous and uneasy gazes of Chu Jie and the others, this scene only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before Jianshan, who was lying on the ground, struggled to stand up. His face was covered in blood, making him look terrifying. It was already impossible to see his face clearly. He's still not dead? Why isn't he dead? Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Gong Ruiz, Kong Feiying, and Zhao Wenbin all looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes all widened as disbelief filled their faces. Nearby, the saint child Wu Hua, who had always been watching the battle, blinked his eyes hard as well. He was also in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, I obtained the legacy of a primordial realm expert, so I have various life-saving methods. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to make it out of Two-World Mountain. Your current strength isn't enough to kill me. Jianchen laughed aloud as he bathed in blood. His presence was extremely weak, and his flames of life tottered as if they could be extinguished at any time. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful and pure vital energy suddenly radiated from his body. Even though only a sliver of the vital energy had appeared, it immediately affected the entire world. Immediately, the wind and clouds churned, and the sky in a range of several 100,000 kilometers became blood-red. It was as if the vital energy possessed the supreme ability to change the world. Even a sliver of it was enough to make the world tremble and space shift. As a matter of fact, the vital energy could even interfere with the ways of the world to a certain extent. It was as if the vital energy itself was a manifestation of the ways of the world. The expressions of Chu Jie and the other four rapidly changed. From the power of qi and blood they could feel a supreme might. Mixed within it, there was also an extremely ancient and boundless feeling of vicissitudes of time. This feeling seemed to contain a mysterious and unfathomable power. It caused an extremely intense cleansing of their souls, causing them to develop an urge to kneel and submit from the depths of their hearts as well as shock. What is this? What kind of inheritance is this? Why do I feel that the feeling of submitting to this qi and blood force is even stronger than when I'm facing my own ancestor? This aura seems to be somewhat similar to Jin Hong's. Immediately, Chu Jie and the other four were all shocked. They all stared at Jianchen with their eyes wide open. Their faces were filled with extreme shock, disbelief, bewilderment, and ecstasy. These expressions quickly switched between their faces, causing the five of them to have extremely interesting expressions right now. This was because the same thought had appeared in their heads at the same time. It was also this thought that caused their hearts to churn. They had always known that Yang Yutian had obtained the legacy of a primordial realm expert. In the beginning, it was only a regular primordial realm expert, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, the vital energy he gave off was extremely similar to the presence Jin Hong had given off when he used the Grand Exalt's secret technique in Two-World Mountain. As a result, they immediately began to imagine, reaching a terrifying conclusion that they did not dare to believe. A Grand Exalt's legacy. Has Yang Yutian obtained a Grand Exalt's legacy? The hearts of Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, and the others began to beat faster as their blood surged. No wonder Yang Yutian had lasted so long under their attacks. As it turned out, he had actually obtained a Grand Exalt's legacy. Now, there was no need to say anything more. The five of them knew what to do. At that moment, the five of them had completely forgotten about their grievances towards Yang Yutian. Their eyes were filled with great joy and greed as they charged towards Jianchen madly. Stop. Chapter 2867. Jin Hong finally made it over. He used a secret technique and moved as fast as he could, crossing a huge distance in a flash. He quickly flew towards Jianchen. Before he had even arrived, he had expanded the senses of his soul, allowing him to see the situation clearly. He saw the primordial realm formation that Chu Jie and the others had created, giving off surging pulses of energy. He also saw Jianchen bathed in blood, heavily injured by the five of them. His vitality was so weak that it seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. Jin Hong was enraged by what had happened to Jianchen. He could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His heart was burning with rage, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. At the same time, the power of his bloodline was drawn in by the essence blood of the ancient Skywolf, causing it to surge. The extreme desire from it had reached a peak. The intense desire and attraction seemed to form a magical force that impacted Jin Hong's mind in waves, making him drool with desire. However, Jin Hong couldn't care less about the strange movements of his bloodline power. His will was as firm as iron, and he forcefully suppressed the impact and influence of his bloodline power on his will. His eyes emitted a monstrous fury, and he quickly approached with an intense killing intent. This was because he was still several million kilometers away from Jianchen. Even with his current speed, it would take him some time to cross that distance. Perhaps it would not take too long, but he could tell that Jianchen was already in danger. He could not last much longer. In such a situation, even if it was just a few seconds, far too many irreversible things would happen. Oh no, Jin Hong has actually come. How did he get here so quickly? Quick, do it. We have to kill Yang Yutian before Jin Hong gets here, or all our preparations today will be for nothing. The expressions of Chu Jie and the other four changed, and they immediately became anxious. Because they knew that once Jin Hong arrived here, it would be impossible for them to kill Yang Yutian, not to mention trying to seize the good fortune from Yang Yutian. They did not dare to underestimate Jin Hong. After all, he was the successor of a Grand Exalt. Just this identity alone made them feel extremely fearful. Chu Jie and the other four immediately cast the powerful secret technique again, regardless of the cost and consumption. Immediately, the illusionary figure of the Grand Prime and the body of energy of the high-quality god artifact appeared again, pulsing with shocking pulses. How dare you! Jin Hong's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. He was so angry that he immediately changed his hand seals and pointed at the void in front of him. This finger seemed to contain a supreme mysterious force. As soon as it was pointed out, the laws of space before him immediately fell into chaos. It was as if it had been disturbed by an invisible force, causing space to become extremely chaotic. On the other hand, Jin Hong directly charged into the chaotic space. He vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already several million kilometers away, as if he had teleported. In that instance, he crossed a huge distance. The distance between him and Jianchen had shrunk to 1,000 kilometers. Afterwards, the energy on him surged like a tsunami. A tremendous pressure permeated the surroundings, and the illusionary figure of the ancient sky wolf silently appeared behind him. Afterwards, energy surged around him as he howled at the sky. Immediately, a wolf's howl that seemed to echo through the entire dark star world rang out. With the sound, the ground immediately shook, and yin and yang in the surroundings changed. Everything seemed to yield, and the entire world shook. Just when the five of them were about to use their secret techniques, the wolf's howl rang out. The sound could pierce through metal and rock, ignoring all defenses. It directly passed through the protective energy of their primordial realm formations and struck their heads like lightning. The voice possessed an indescribably terrifying deterrence. As soon as the voice reached their ears, it directly affected their souls, causing their consciousnesses to stagnate at that moment. They became completely stiff, frozen in their fixed movement. This was an extremely strange sight. It was as if Jin Hong's howl had caused space to freeze and time to come to a standstill. As a result, the five of them and the thousands of divine kings' sacrificial warriors all short-circuited their minds, becoming stupefied. In the next moment, a string of heavy explosions rang out from the primordial realm formation. The formation that connected their powers suddenly collapsed by itself. In just a few seconds, the primordial realm formation that Chu Jie and the others relied on the most collapsed just like that. Even the powerful secret techniques they had condensed seemed to lose their restraints as the formation collapsed, dispersing into the surroundings as tremendous energy. This scene left Saint Wu Hua dumbfounded as he watched from afar. His face was filled with shock. He knew extremely well just how powerful the primordial realm formation was. However, such a powerful formation had actually collapsed from a single roar from Jin Hong, as if it was so fragile. This is the Grand Sovereign's secret technique. Saint Child Wu Hua gulped. At this moment, his fear of Jin Hong had already reached the depths of his bones. His gaze once again turned towards Jianchen. Although he had not come into contact with Jianchen, unlike Chu Jie and the rest, he was not able to roughly discern the origin of the qi and blood on Jianchen's body. However, just by the astonishing might that the qi and blood possessed, he knew that it was an extremely rare item. Therefore, a sliver of desire appeared in his eyes. But in the end, he didn't dare to act rashly. Because whether it was his own strength or the strength of the sect behind him, it was not enough to support him to act unscrupulously in Hundred Saints City. At this moment, Chu Jie and the others all recovered as well. They looked at the collapsed primordial realm formation and Jin Hong, who had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Their faces all changed drastically. While they were shocked by how easily Jin Hong got through the formation, they also felt extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. They were not afraid of Jin Hong, because they knew that even if they could not defeat Jin Hong would not really kill them. They represented the families behind them. Although their positions in their families were far from Jin Hong's position in the Wolf Clan, they still shouldered the dignity of their families to a certain extent. However, what they were unwilling to accept was that the Grand Exalt's legacy that might have existed on Yang Yutian's body slipped past them just like that. They watched helplessly as they missed out on a great opportunity that might have been able to change their fate. This huge difference caused a strong sense of unwillingness and hatred to form in the hearts of the five of them. This hatred was naturally directed at Jin Hong. Ha 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 ha, without your primordial realm formations, what are you going to use to kill me? Looks like the one who's going to die today isn't me, but you. At this moment, Jianchen laughed aloud with a mouth full of blood. The vital energy on him condensed from the essence blood of the ancient skywolf seemed to condense into 5-meter-long arrows in a single moment. Afterwards, it shot towards the five of them as streaks of red light. Of course, the arrows formed from the vital energy of the ancient skywolf were only a disguise. Jianchen was still unable to use the power of the essence blood of the ancient skywolf as he wished, let alone use it to injure people. The true killing intent of this attack was the weak strand of sword qi hidden within the vital energy. Even though the sword qi was weak, its might was enough to shake up the world in the Dark Star world. This was because it was a terrifying strand of sword qi that could kill primordial realm expert. At this moment, Jianchen finally found a suitable opportunity to launch a counterattack under the cover of the vital energy. Chapter 2868. At that moment, the 5 vital arrows shone with red light, enveloping the 5 of them. The expressions of Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, and Gong Rui changed drastically. They had already experienced the terror of this qi and blood energy. The terrifying might that could cause the heavens and earth to change color had already frightened them to the point that their souls almost left their bodies. Most importantly, they had already guessed that the vital energy was probably connected to a Grand Exalt's legacy. As a matter of fact, it might even be a power that belonged to Grand Exalt. Even with their primordial realm formations, they were powerless against such a great power, let alone now that the primordial realm formation had been destroyed. Their strength had been reduced to its original state, so they were even more powerless against the power that had already reached the level of Grand Exalts in their eyes. This was only because they were not powerful enough. Otherwise, if a powerful primordial realm expert was present, they probably would have been able to tell with a single glance that Jianchen's 5 vital arrows were just a bluff. Yang Yutian, I am a core disciple of the Jade sect. My status is noble in the Jade sect. If you kill me, the Jade sect will not let you go. When he was shrouded by the terrifying power of qi and blood, the strong sense of death finally made Zhou Ji's will collapse. He shouted with a frightened face, and the intention to beg for mercy was obvious. Yang Yutian, from today onwards I, Gong Rui, have no grievances with you. I won't make any more trouble for you in the future. I just hope you can stop immediately. Under the threat of death, Gong Rui temporarily cast aside his pride. He endured the humiliation and reluctance as he begged for mercy. That was what he said, but the depths of his eyes were still filled with hatred and intense killing intent. Kong Feiying of the Tsangqiong family and Zhao Wenbin of the Zhao family also transmitted their voices to each other. Their faces were pale with fright, because they could feel a deathly aura from the 5 streams of powerful qi and blood. It was enough to make their souls tremble. Even though they had brought Divine King Realm Death Warriors and Supreme Quality Saint artifacts with them, the presence of death did not give them any sense of security at all. However, Jianshan ignored their pleas. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was determined. He controlled the tiny strand of sword qi to stab towards the heads of the 5 people mercilessly under the concealment of the vital energy. Without a sound, this tiny strand of sword qi entered the space between their eyebrows. This was a terrifying power that could kill primordial realm experts. Before it, the 5 of them were only at the Divine King realm, so they were naturally unable to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Chu Jie, Kong Feiying, Zhou Ji, Gong Rui, and Zhao Wenbin's primordial spirits were smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, strands of vital energy entered their heads through the wounds on their foreheads, leaving behind some of the presence of vital energy. It made it seem like the 5 of them had died to the vital energy. The vital energy in the surroundings gradually dispersed. When the surroundings cleared up again, Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Kong Feiying, Gong Rui, and Zhao Wenbin had all become corpses on the ground. The Divine King Realm Death Warriors they had brought with them all stood where they were at a loss. As for Jianshan, he seemed to have used up all the energy in his body. Not only was his presence feeble, but his flames of life tottered as well. He seemed to have run out of energy. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and fainted on the ground. As he fainted, the droplet of essence blood hidden in his body seemed to lose some sort of restraint. The pure vital energy that belonged to the essence blood broke through the restraints on Jianshan's body and directly leaked out, revolving around him. At the same time, the essence blood seemed to possess a mind of its own. It slowly moved through Jianshan's body before arriving at Jianshan's mouth in the end. It seemed to want to break free from Jianshan's control and fly out. However, Jianshan's teeth were firmly shut. His mouth had become a prison, blocking the only exit. The essence blood was trapped inside. At this moment, all of Jianshan's defenses had been lowered to the lowest. If one wanted to take the essence blood from the ancient Skywolf, there was no need for great cultivation. All they needed to do was gently pry open Jianshan's mouth, and the essence blood would be easily obtained. Nearby, the Saint Sun Wuhua looked at the unconscious Jianshan and sensed the pure vital energy in Jianshan's mouth. A gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. Even though he had yet to recognize that this was the essence blood of a Grand Exalt, he knew that it was definitely something impressive. Gritting his teeth, he immediately appeared beside Jianshan. "Piss off. No matter who you are, if you dare to take what belongs to Yang Yutian, I will hunt you down to the ends of the world. I won't even let your sect go." Just when the Saint Sun Wuhua was about to remove the essence blood from Jianshan's mouth, Jin Hong's furious voice boomed out. His body turned into a beam of light, crossing the last 1,000 miles at an extremely fast speed. His aura was monstrous, and it was as if he had turned into a mighty silver wolf running. With an unstoppable force, he headed straight for Saint Sun Wuhua. Moreover, during the collision, layers of ripples appeared in the space under the pressure of the powerful force. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up circles of ripples. Jin Hong's power had interfered with the space there. Even though the interference was not very great, unless one's comprehension of the laws of space surpassed Jin Hong's level of comprehension, they would not be able to use space again. The Saint Sun Wuhua's face changed, and he immediately became extremely stern. He was arrogant, but he knew about Jin Hong's reputation as a Grand Exalt's successor. Even in the vast saint's world, the title of Grand Exalt's successor was an extremely dazzling existence. Even if his strength was very weak, no one could ignore him. The saint's son Wu Hua obviously did not dare to be careless when he faced someone like that. Even though he was unable to control space as he wished due to Jin Hong's flames, the power of laws was not affected. He held the laws of space in one hand and the laws of time in the other. With the two laws in his hands, the power he could unleash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He struck out at Jin Hong as hard as he could. Boom! With a loud boom, Saint Sun Wu Hua was viciously slammed into by Jin Hong, who had transformed into a silver wolf. Not only did his attack not cause any damage to the silver wolf, but he himself was sent flying far away, spitting out blood. All the ribs in his chest were broken, and his entire chest caved in. The terrible force of the collision had shattered all his internal organs. Saint Sun Wu Hua spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He took a deep look at Jin Hong with fear on his face, then turned and fled without looking back. After leaving the area of space disturbed by Jin Hong, the power of space immediately fluctuated, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Jin Hong did not chase after him. He did not even look at the Saint Sun Wu Hua. He stared at the unconscious Jianchen on the ground without blinking. His eyes were filled with undisguised shock and disbelief. He was the successor of the ancient Skywolf, the person closest to the ancient Skywolf in the world right now. He could even be described as the person closest to the ancient Skywolf. As a result, he recognized the origin of Jian Chen's vital energy with a single glance. This shocked him. It made him extremely shocked. The storm in his heart did not subside for a very long time. At this moment, he even doubted if there was something wrong with his senses. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He even wondered if he had fallen into a dream. This was because he had sensed a drop of the ancient Skywolf's essence blood on Yang Yutian's body. This was essence blood. It was different from ordinary blood. It was far, far more precious than ordinary blood. The two could not be compared at all. Although he had sensed something from Yang Yutian's body that his bloodline power desired more than once, Jin Hong had imagined all sorts of possibilities and reached many conclusions. However, he never would have thought that the thing on Yang Yutian's body that could trigger his bloodline power would be a drop of the ancient Skywolf's essence blood. Chapter 2869. Jin Hong struggled to remain calm as he faced the droplet of essence blood placed before him. His heart began to burn as his blood flowed at an unprecedented rate. The power of his bloodline surged as if it was about to combust. This was because the droplet of essence blood on Jianchen came from the same source as him. They came from the same master, so the effects of the essence blood would naturally be extremely limited in the hands of anyone else, but it was completely different to Jin Hong. Not only could he completely absorb and use all the energy within the essence blood, but he could also strengthen the power of his bloodline through the essence blood. He could even make his bloodline evolve and reach a new level. Jin Hong stared at the unconscious Jianchen with mixed feelings. Naturally, he knew that it would be extremely easy for him to take the essence blood from Jianchen right now, but he did not do so. Even though the depths of his heart burned with passion, his eyes remained clear the entire time. He did not show any greed at all. Afterwards, he extended a finger towards Jianchen's throat, and pure energy surged out, drawing the essence blood back into Jianchen's body. It had already reached Jianchen's mouth and wanted to escape. Afterwards, he took out a jade bottle from his space ring. Just when he was about to open the bottle, a dense presence of life immediately radiated out. This life aura was vast, majestic, and extremely pure. In terms of rank, it far surpassed the real thing, and had completely stepped into the ranks of the god rank. Just its life aura alone made the wasteland within a radius of a kilometer into an oasis full of vitality in an instant. Clearly, it was impossible for this item to have been brought in from the outside world. Instead, it was a rare item from the Dark Star world. Jin Hong poured out some green liquid that was filled with life energy onto Jianchen. As soon as the liquid came in contact with Jianshan's skin, it silently fused with him and was absorbed by his body. In the next moment, Jianshan's ghastly wounds immediately healed at a visible rate. New flesh grew out of his missing flesh as well. The green liquid that contained a tremendous amount of life force clearly possessed an unbelievable effect when it came to healing. In just a few seconds, Jianshan had made a full recovery. Of course, this was only the wounds on his body. Clearly, his heavily injured origin and soul had not been completely healed. As a result, even though his wounds had healed, Jianshan's face was pale. It was also at this moment that Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He was still in a weak state. His expression was dispirited and his eyes were dim. He looked at Jin Hong, who was squatting beside him, and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, Jin Hong raised his hand to stop him. Jin Hong said with a serious expression, "Don't speak first. I'll bring you back to the 100 Saints city immediately. Everything can wait until we return to the 100 Saints city." After saying that, Jin Hong prepared to bring Jianshan back to the 100 Saints city. "There's no need to return to the 100 Saints city. My injuries are no longer a problem. I only need to find a safe place to recuperate for a while, and I'll be able to recover." Jianshan struggled to his feet. He glanced at the several thousand divine king-level men of sacrifice that Chu Jie and the others had brought. He did not kill them all. Afterward, he staggered into the air and flew off into the distance. At the same time, he said, "Jin Hong, I know you have questions. Let's find a place to slowly talk about it." In the outskirts of the Two-World mountain range, Jianshan sat with his legs crossed on the peak of a mountain shrouded in dense mist. He was enveloped by a layer of dense vital energy, causing him to be bathed in blood-red light. He seemed like a huge, blood-red cocoon. Jin Hong sat beside him. He looked at the layer of blood-red light around Jianshan with mixed feelings in his eyes. There was also deep doubt and great curiosity. Naturally, he was curious about the origins of the ancient Skywolf's essence blood. Jin Hong was not worried about Jianshan's injuries. First, he had the springs of life, and now, he had the power of a Grand Exalt's essence blood. He believed that Jianshan would make a full recovery very quickly under the healing of these two powers. However, what Jin Hong did not know was that the essence blood did not have the miraculous effects on Jianshan's injuries that he had imagined. Jianshan purposefully released the power of the essence blood as a disguise, making everything he did seem reasonable. Moreover, there was something else that Jin Hong had failed to notice at all. It was that an invisible force had enveloped the entire region of 100,000 kilometers, isolating all presence. As a result, any presence that leaked out would not reach the imperial capital of the Darkstar clan. This was Jianshan's supreme will. In reality, when he used the power of the ancient Skywolf's essence blood, he had already enveloped the entire region with his supreme will. All his injuries, the abnormal behavior of his essence blood, and even his unconscious state were all faked by Jianshan. His goal was to create the illusion that he was in a weakened state. He showed this to Jin Hong and clearly exposed the existence of the Grand Exalt's essence blood because he wanted to see Jin Hong's reaction. He wanted to see whether Jin Hong would try to steal it or not. In the end, Jin Hong's reaction did not disappoint Jianshan. As a result, Jianshan began to truly accept Jin Hong. "You must be very curious about where the essence blood in my body comes from, right?" At this moment, Jianshan spoke as he healed. He was enveloped by the red cocoon formed from vital energy, so it was impossible to see him clearly. Jin Hong could not help but turn his head when he heard that. He looked at Jianshan, who was enveloped by vital energy, and after a moment of thought, he said, "So you know where the droplet of blood in your body came from?" "I do. Not only do I know its origins, but I also know where you obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy. This is because the ancient Skywolf's legacy was discovered by a friend of mine who has already passed away by accident," Jianshan said indifferently. "What?" Jin Hong was shocked. he suddenly stood up. At this moment, the shock that Jianshen's words brought to him was far greater than the fact that he had discovered the essence blood in his body. Their Skywolf clan had always viewed discovering the ancient Skywolf's legacy as the greatest glory of the entire clan. They believed that it was the will of the heavens, the will of the heavens. However, he had never thought that all of this would be related to Yang Yutian. The reason why he was able to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy was all because of Yang Yutian who sat beside him. Instead, he had become the greatest contributor. For a moment, Jin Hong's expression changed. His feelings were extremely mixed. If the situation really was as Yang Yutian had said, did he not owe Yang Yutian a great favor? Moreover, this favor was so great that he would probably never be able to repay it in his entire life. After all, if Yang Yutian had not opened the Grand Exalt's legacy, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the legacy. Without the legacy, Jin Hong would probably still be an insignificant figure in the clan. How would he have been able to enjoy such glory? Without any exaggeration, this was the grace of rebirth. Jin Hong sucked in a few deep breaths before slowly taking a few steps back. He bowed towards Jianshen and thanked him sincerely. Brother Jin Hong, there's no need for that. It's your fortune to be chosen as the successor of the ancient Skywolf. I'm just a little curious. Have you never thought about taking away the droplet of essence blood in my body? I'm already heavily injured right now. With your strength, it'll be extremely easy for you to take the essence blood from me. Are you not tempted by it at all? Chapter 2870. Jin Hong sucked in a deep breath and said, Brother Yang Yutian, you're right. The droplet of Grand Exalt's essence blood on you is extremely attractive to me. At the same time, because it comes from the same source as my legacy, the assistance it can provide me might far exceed my expectations. It might even be able to change my fate once again. It's just that you don't understand me. You don't understand my character because I'm not a greedy person, nor am I a robber who only knows how to rob. In my principles, I've never thought of seizing the good fortune of others. Every person has their own fortune and destiny. Since you've obtained the essence blood, it's your own fortune and destiny. By the same logic, Senior Skywolf's legacy has chosen me and not anyone else, so it's my fortune and destiny. If everyone is as greedy as you imagine them to be, wanting to rob whatever they see, the Grand Exalt's legacy probably wouldn't have remained in my hands. It would have been taken away by the experts of my race long ago. Jin Hong's words were full of conviction and justice. They came from the bottom of his heart. As he spoke, a righteous aura radiated from him. Jianshen glanced at Jin Hong deeply. Naturally, he could sense Jin Hong's sense of righteousness. In the vast saints' world, there really were not many people who could be as magnanimous as Jin Hong. As long as the benefits were great enough, as long as the temptation was great enough, even a few peak experts who had reached Grand Prime would be willing to take it by force without any regard for their dignity. In the past, when he fled with the Anata Tower, this had happened many times. Moreover, when Poseidon Tsang accepted Shao Man as his master, a group of Grand Primes had also been lured over. Jin Hong, let me ask you this. Do you really not want the essence blood on me? Jianshen asked calmly. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? If the Grand Exalt's essence blood was without an owner, I would definitely try to take it. It'll be up to strength to decide who gets it in the end. It's just that this droplet of essence blood already belongs to you. Moreover, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy. As a result, I definitely won't covet the droplet of essence blood on you at all, or I would be a heartless and unjust person, said Jin Hong. I didn't misjudge you. The glow around Jianshen gradually dispersed, revealing him. However, his wounds had already recovered. Apart from being slightly sluggish, he seemed to have made a full recovery. Afterwards, the essence blood of the ancient Skywolf slowly drifted out of Jianshen's body. Immediately, a dense vital energy permeated the surroundings, dyeing the surrounding space red. Jin Hong, this drop of essence blood of the ancient skywolf is actually more useful to you. Leaving it with me will only cause it to collect dust. Now, I'll give this drop of essence blood to you so that it can return to the person it belongs to. Jianshan controlled the droplet of essence blood to slowly float before Jin Hong. The droplet of essence blood was not large, but the terrifying vital energy within it could be described as earth-shaking. This was because its level was just too great. It had reached a level where no one could catch up to it. Jin Hong's expression immediately changed. Brother Yang Yutian, you can't do that. If you don't have this droplet of essence blood, it'll definitely affect your strength greatly. Jin Hong had already attributed Jian Chen's battle prowess that far exceeded people of the same level as him, as well as his tenacious vitality and terrifying rate of recovery, to the droplet of essence blood. Brother Jin Hong, this droplet of essence blood isn't as useful to me as you imagine it to be, but to you, it can even change your fate once. Moreover, I'm not giving it to you completely. I need to use it to exchange for something. Jian Chen was indifferent, as if the droplet of Grand Exalt's essence blood was not particularly important to him. He was not affected at all. Jin Hong sucked in a deep breath. What do you want to exchange it for? I want the recipe for the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill. The elders of my clan paid a certain price to exchange for the recipe for the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill, but its value is nowhere near as important as this droplet of essence blood, said Jin Hong. Brother Jin Hong, are you exchanging it or not? If you're not exchanging it, I can use this droplet of essence blood to exchange with the Tianhe clan. I believe the Tianhe clan will be extremely willing. Jianshan looked at Jin Hong with a smile. Yes. Jin Hong gritted his teeth before bowing deeply towards Jianshan again. He said gratefully, Brother Yang Yutian, I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely assist you with everything I have. Afterwards, Jin Hong did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the droplet of essence blood, but he was in no hurry to refine it. Instead, he took out his communication treasure and contacted the 100 Saints city as soon as possible. He sent people to the ruins of the spirit's world to ask for the recipe for the Divine King Pill. A Grand Prime of the Ashwolf clan was present at the entrance of the Dark Star world. Jin Hong's request was directly delivered to the ancestor. Jin Hong actually needs the recipe for the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill? Strange. What does he want it for? The Darkstar clansmen trapped in the world of the fallen beast don't seem to need the recipe for the Divine King Pill, right? The ancestor of the Ashwolf clan was filled with doubt when he received the news. In the past, our clan had an agreement with the person who created the recipe. The recipe can only be used by our clan, and it cannot be passed on to others. Not only does the agreement restrict our Ashwolf clan, but it also includes all the peak organizations that obtain the recipe from that person. As a result, if Jin Hong uses the recipe himself, our Ashwolf clan won't be breaking the agreement. However, if Jin Hong gives it to someone else, our Ashwolf clan will be breaking the agreement. We'll have to pay quite a lot of resources. Whatever. Jin Hong is our clan's Qilin. Our clan still hopes that he can lead our clan to glory in the future. We should do our best to satisfy all of his requests. Jianshan and Jin Hong waited for 2 days on the same mountain peak in the outskirts of the Two-World Mountain in the Darkstar world. Finally, a divine king sacrificial warrior of the Ashwolf clan arrived with the recipe. Jin Hong passed the recipe to Jianshan solemnly and said, Yang Yutian, the ancestor has warned that a single pill recipe can only be used by a single clan or organization. Once it spreads, we'll have to pay quite a price. That's because our clan paid a certain price for the recipe. We came to an agreement when we exchanged it. Once we break the agreement and it spreads to people who don't belong to our clan, we'll have to pay quite a price to breach the agreement. Of course, the consequences of breaking the agreement with the pill recipe in my hands will be borne by our clan. However, once the pill recipe is in your hands, if you have an organization, you can only limit the use of it to your organization. You can't pass it on to another organization, or no ordinary person will be able to bear the consequences of breaking the agreement.